strip, it could be the sound of the life being saved of one of your loved ones.
Rumble strips are proven to save lives. The Oregon Department of Transportation is taking the lead in implementing the sound of safety.
Hey, you going out like that?
Yeah, why?
Well, what would the neighbors think?
I see you! Come look at Mr. Feather. Look what I have. Mr. Bird, remember? Bark, bark, bark. We're just playing. We're just playing on trying to get you out of here.
Even still.
You don't have to be perfect to be a perfect parent. There are thousands of teens in foster care who don't need perfection.
Sweetheart. Can I give you a hand?
No thanks, Dad. I got it.
Okay. I'm gonna go fix the lamp in your room.
You don't have to be perfect to be a perfect parent. There are thousands of children in foster care who will take you just as...
or Senate Bill 79. We will hopefully hold work sessions on Senate Bill 80 and 81. They're not quite ready. There's paperwork being drafted and may be ready by the time we get to them later on in the hour. So let's begin with a public hearing on Senate Bill 718. Judge Manicki is here, and as he works his way up here, Chris, can you give us a brief overview?
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. The bill does come from the tax court, and it has to do with proof of filing and mailing of documents. The bill would expand the establishment for establishing proof of filing with the Oregon tax court to include methods beyond the United States Postal Service, basically third-party carriers, FedEx and UPS. And it also eliminates a requirement to include a declaration of mailing to prove that a document was sent.
Okay. Judge, welcome.
Chair House, members of the committee, thank you very much for having me here today. My name is Robert Manicki, and I am the judge of the tax court, and as such, the administrative head of the court as well. As the committee is aware, the tax court has jurisdiction over all cases involving the tax laws of Oregon throughout the state. We have two divisions. The magistrate division is where nearly all cases start, and they also resolve about 90% of all of the appeals. Most of the magistrate division's cases involve individuals or small businesses. They're filing appeals from notices that they've received from the Oregon Department of Revenue in the case of income taxes, or they're appealing from a decision by a local board, the County Board of Property Tax Appeals, and they're acting normally on very tight appeal deadlines, which range from 30 days to 60 days to 90 days. The magistrate division typically gets about 400 or 500 appeals every year, mostly by mail, again, from taxpayers all over the state. The magistrate division is designed to be impartial but informal, and most taxpayers are not represented by lawyers. Some are represented by CPAs or by other people, which is specifically allowed in the magistrate division's statutes. And also the Department of Revenue appraisers, or rather auditors and county appraisers typically are not represented in the magistrate division. If there's an appeal from a magistrate division decision, it comes to me as the regular division judge. I'm the only judge. This bill would benefit the magistrate division's litigants primarily. We're asking for this bill in order to update the law, just because so many of our appeals are filed by mail from all over the state, and again on very tight deadlines. What the bill would do is amend a law that was put in place in 1975. The legislature then recognized that we have statewide jurisdiction and that people file by mail, And so the legislature put in place ORS 305-418, which allows taxpayers and other persons who are filing to treat the date that they mail their complaint or their filing as the date that it is filed with the court. That way everyone has certainty as to what the filing date was for purposes of that 30, 60, or 90-day deadline. So that is a very helpful statute, but it's a little long in the tooth now. There have been a couple of changes that affect the statute that is why we're requesting an amendment. The first one is the use of couriers, private delivery services, which have been in place since the 80s. And couriers have the advantage of having better office hours for litigants, and sometimes they will pick up from the home. So people who have constrained work situations or can't leave the home can find it easier to use a courier. This bill would put people who do use a courier on equal footing with people who use the mail. The other issue that's come up, our staff has noticed that the U.S. Postal Service has stopped putting postmarks consistently on envelopes. And so while existing law requires you to use the postmark to measure what the date of mailing was, it's harder and harder to do that. So we are asking for this bill as a way to allow alternative kinds of proof to be used. Other courts do this. The Court of Appeals and the Supreme Court, like us, have jurisdiction throughout the state and receive mailed filings from all over the state. They have updated their statutes to accommodate these two changes. We vetted this bill last fall with the Department of Justice, the Department of Revenue, the private tax bar, CPAs, the County Assessors Association, and the County Council Association. And we are looking forward to hopefully getting this change put in place. Thank you very much for the chance to testify about this. I'll be happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Judge Manicki. I'm struck by the other two bills we have up here today also deal with mail and updating statutes, also long in the tooth. Questions? Yes, Senator Boquist.
Thank you. And first, I need to declare a real conflict of interest because I am in the tax court and I don't intend to talk anything about that, but I want it on the record so I don't get barbecued later. Judge, it's a couple of questions. My light reading, the Oregon tax court rules, you know, and as you know, I've read these several times, but in the bill itself and the change here, how do you contemplate, because I believe the existing rules and existing practice for lawyers is they have to use the e-system, the electronic system, right? So do you have in place a rule that sort of makes it different? And two says, I get the intention of helping out the citizens, because I actually have a packet about this thick about the reform of the Oregon tax court sitting on my desk, but after reading your voters pamphlet and now looking at this, seeing where we're trying to get forward back to where this court was supposed to be the people's court, how do you deconflict those two in the law? Is there someplace else in the statute, or is it an agreement between the courts and the bar that they do it electronically and the normal citizen can do it by mail? And of course, hopefully, mail will still work in rural Oregon, because your point is exactly right, because the citizen puts something in and they have to do it real fast and it comes sloppy.
Chair House. Senator Boquist, thanks for that question. We're going to maintain the ability of ordinary citizens to continue to file through the mail. We think that that's important. And in addition to that, we have at the court a handbook that people can use to understand our processes better. Mm-hmm. At the moment, we are putting together, with the help of the Oregon State Bar, videos that will go up on YouTube that will help citizens understand our processes clear demonstration. So the intention is to allow e-filing, yes, but also not bar the ordinary person who wants to file by mail or by courier from continuing to file that way.
Follow. Just to clarify, because everything ends up in court, so I want to make sure we have it on the record right. Because I believe the rule in the tax court and the rule across the state in all the courts is if you're a member of the Oregon State Bar, you have to electronically file, period. I guess, of course, if there's a tsunami or Cascadia, then that rule will go out the window. But that's going to continue, correct? So we're sort of, it's a sign of isolation. This doesn't allow attorneys not to do it, because I believe you do require, I believe there's either a bar rule or a court rule in this book that says attorneys must use the electronic system, period. Am I correct, sir?
Sure. Senator Boquist, you are correct.
Okay.
The lack of postmarks, what do you do now when you have one of those situations?
Well, the chair has the best answer to your question is that often filers allow enough time for a document to actually be received by the court so that there is no question as to when it was filed timely. And then what we have begun doing is to take a copy of the envelope as received and include that when we send that to the Department of Revenue or to the county, so that if there is an issue about timeliness, the litigants can duke that out. The idea is to let the adversary system play out. And we also, as part of our outreach to program, want to warn taxpayers about the fact that a postmark may not be applied, so that even if the bill passes in the interim before it becomes effective, people are forewarned.
Further questions? Senator Boquist.
I have a question. It's unrelated, but he's here and it's related. Could you maybe, Your Honor, briefly, because you talked about workload, and if I remember right, it's you and 3 others, if I remember right, 3 magistrate judges, and the caseload, because as the legislature is moving forward with the notion of doing changes to 5 and 50 and real market value, which could seriously increase the number of, go to the old days, and no disrespect, but you are old enough to know the old days when we had this, where suddenly now there's the Board of Property Tax Appeals are getting dozens and dozens and dozens, and as you said, the adversarial system works in some counties and others it just doesn't work at all. I sort of envision or see that the workload of the tax court is about 100% plus right now, and would it, I guess your observation of what your workload is, and if there were just magically hundreds and hundreds of more cases, that we should be considering how to address that issue simultaneously before opening the floodgate by going to real market value, which I'm not asking you to weigh in that, just your workload and what can be done in the tax court today.
Senator Boquist, it is true that the workload of the tax court does depend to some extent on changes in the law. Changes in the law can affect it. So can changes in the economy. Those are the 2 biggest drivers probably of our workload. And to give you an illustration of that, right now we're at about, in the magistrate division, that's the best indicator, between 400 and 500 appeals per year. At the height of the recession, the workload of the magistrate, the caseload spiked by 50%. So there can, because more people were concerned about their property taxes primarily, there may have been additional income tax cases back then as well. So changes in the law can affect us, and we do try to watch for that and be mindful and alert the legislature if we think that anything in the law will change our workload.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Okay, that covers it. Thank you so much for coming over. And we have no one else signed up to testify, so I'm going to close the public hearing on Senate Bill 718. I'm going to go to 80 and 81.
Sure. We can talk about them. We don't have the
We do not have them.
We don't have the fizzes.
We don't have the fiscal statements.
We do not have the fiscal statements.
Are they 10 minutes away, or are they an hour away?
We were told that we wouldn't be getting them.
Okay.
So probably the latter.
Well,
The latter is here, though.
sure
Oh,
glad
or
Judge,
not.
I'm sure glad that Judge Manicki was able to occupy us for 15 minutes. We don't have the paperwork, so we're going to recess. Since some of us will be here in the evening. I'm just deciding, does anybody want to try back here in an hour? Or would you just soon put this
fine.
off till next week?
I defer to whatever you prefer.
I'm deferring to committee members.
I'm not seeing that these are earth-shattering, and we could probably do those on Monday,
Yeah.
rather
Okay.
than, unfortunately, you don't know what LFO is
Tuesday.
exactly going to do.
We're not-
Yeah. Okay, we can add this to the workload on Tuesday.
We just carry it over to Tuesday.
Yeah, we will carry over SB 80, SB 81 until Tuesday, and that clears out our deck and our record-setting time for this session. And with that, we will adjourn.
Well, I work with the nonprofit Archangel Ancient Tree Archive, and we're the first group in the world that's been successful at cloning the biggest and oldest trees in the world. We had the honor just recently to plant several dozen of the world's first clones of the largest coastal redwood trees in the world. And we got media attention all over the country and around the world, and we want to bring that kind of media attention to Southern Oregon. Yeah, this is a very special tree. It's a clone of one of the biggest and oldest coastal redwood trees, and we're the first organization in the world to be able to successfully clone these biggest and oldest trees. We've actually got more than 70 different individual champion tree specimens from the giant coastal redwood. We use absolutely certified arborists to climb to the top of these trees. They're all private trees on private property, so we get permission from all the owners. We always gift the very first clone back to the owner of the property, and we've been planting groves of these trees up and down the Oregon and now Washington coast all the way to Vancouver Island to help assist the migration of this species. The coast redwoods, their close cousins, the giant sequoias, are known to be not only the biggest and fastest growing, but the oldest trees in the world. The oldest trees that we've actually found are literally stumps today. They're over 30 feet wide, but the great thing about coast redwoods is you can cut them down, but it doesn't kill the root system. We would love to plant at the White House. We've already planted on Capitol Hill. We've already planted at the Pentagon on the first year anniversary of 9/11, planted at the National Cathedral, and we gifted a tree to the U.S. Botanic Garden. And we cloned all of George Washington's original trees that he personally planted at Mount Vernon. We offered the very first George Washington original clone tree to the White House. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
sign that doesn't have a rider on it, so we take our first test at this posted speed limit of 35
Car
miles
Week,
per
the
hour.
Harley-Bills are seeing more than their share of curvy roads these days. Their job is to drive every stretch of highway in Region 1 several times. All this driving back and forth.
The old limits were set back in the 1930s and 40s and were changed very little until just recently. So now our limits are taking into account newer vehicles, a little bit more aggressive driving style, and so those limits are going up.
And going up in a big way. This is Eric Leeming, a traffic devices engineer with ODOT. He's driving an ordinary car with some extraordinary tech on board, a GPS device that records data as he maneuvers every curve in the road. Back at his office, Eric can upload the data recorded in the car, and special software determines exactly the right speed for every curve, every time. Most speeds will increase by 5 to 10 miles per hour, but in some special cases, it's much higher. The state has a deadline of 2019 from the Federal Highway Administration, but with 8,000 miles of roads to investigate and potentially thousands of signs to change, they're not wasting any time. They're getting out there right now.
Then we're going to the W113. About 800 signs along this section.
That's a lot of signs.
It's a lot of signs. If it's a 35 mile an hour corner, you should be taking it at 35 miles an hour.
Happy New Year. If you would please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, because it's the first of the year, the board, every first meeting of the year, re-elects the Board of Commissioners and their seated positions. So at this time, do I have a motion?
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Go ahead, Commissioner.
I've given you a bad time over this last year, but I like how you run meetings. And so I would like to make a motion to keep the board as is for the year of 2020 and hope you will agree to that.
Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Further discussion?
I'm still going to give you a bad time.
It's okay.
Okay.
Roll, please.
Commissioner Gold.
Aye.
Vice Chair Boyce.
Yes.
Chair Pash.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
All right, well, thank you for that. I appreciate it. Next, we're going to do our line of duty casualty report. Commissioner Boyce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What I have for concluding of 2019. December was a rough month. So we're up 8 on the police officers' line of duty deaths. But the good news is, if you can find...
1 second. Council, this is beeping or bleeping or blinking. I think it's supposed to be solid.
Good catch.
All right, just to catch the record up, we voted on the new board will remain as it was, intact. Myself as chair, Commissioner Boyce as vice chair, Commissioner Gold also is present on the board, and we were currently at our line of duty call.
Thank you again, sir. So the good news, if you can find good news, is that we're down 34 from 2018. I'll have a report next week for line of duty deaths, police officers force to date for 2020. The fallen heroes up 3, you referenced that last meeting, standing at 35. The good news, I think, is that the attack from the Iranian country last night on our Al-Assad base, 15 square miles, no injuries, no deaths to Americans. So I think that gives the president an opportunity maybe to calm the situation for a little time. And it's a difficult time in our country, and something I think we, even at this level of government, need to watch very, very closely. We all have loved ones, friends, relatives in the armed services. Firefighter deaths, the total was 57 for 2018. And also, if I could, Mr. Chair, this would take about 2 minutes. You kindly referenced the suicide deaths of police officers, and of course with our war heroes. There's a group called America's Mighty Warriors, and it's quite an article. It'll be on my county portion of the website. I just want to read a couple of paragraphs, quick paragraphs, that reference this, and I think should develop community interest. America's Mighty Warriors has taken the lead as military charity to provide hyperbaric oxygen treatment options for veterans who are struggling with post-traumatic stress or traumatic brain injury. We've been funding this, they have been funding this therapy for the past 7 years and have seen the amazing healing that has taken place. The difference has made for veterans and their families and the lives they were literally saved, those lives literally saved from suicide. And here's just one excerpt of the story. When he started the HBOT program, he was on 42 pills a day. 14 years later, he's on 2 pills a day, and that's for his depression. So it's a tremendous success story. Where I'm going with this, Mr. Chair, the American Warriors has advocated that the HBOT system be standard care for brave warriors who struggle with the effects of combat and have sacrificed their health physically and emotionally defending our freedoms. It is considered off-label nationally, but there are an excellent bipartisan group, particularly at the Senate level, U.S. Senate level, House Bill Resolution 4370, and that's the House side, excuse me, and then the Senate bill is 2504, needs support from Senators Merkley and Wyden. So I'm going to encourage the public to follow that. This is an article that was sent to me just a few days ago, and it's quite an honor to be able to thank you for the time to present that. And again, it's the hyperbaric oxygen therapy treatment. Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's all I have on that.
Further comment on that, I'm actually very familiar with hyperbaric chambers with my disease. I've been in hyperbaric chambers.
I did not know.
As well as equine therapy in the business I was in, did huge hyperbaric chambers. They're very, very health beneficial, but they can be very dangerous as well. So.
Okay, so maybe that's why it's considered off-label at this.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so do we have any amendments to the agenda?
Mr. Chair, I do.
Go ahead. Commissioner Boyce?
Relating to our workshop for this afternoon, I understand it's impossible for you to be here. I think we need to be at full strength, so I'm going to ask the board to simply table this, the agenda for the workshop this afternoon. And I'm going to make a motion to that extent.
I'm not sure whether that would cause a problem with people involved and so forth.
Yeah, the board did, at the last meeting I was at, the board did direct staff to invite the Citizen Revenue Task Force to that meeting. So we do have members that are planning on coming.
So, Mr. Chair, we could quickly contact the same email list and let them know that this has been tabled, subject to board approval.
Well, I personally think that it is an important issue, and I would like to be at this. I understand that there could be an inconvenience to people, but I would definitely like to have all of us present at this workshop. And unfortunately, I am not able to be here. Actually, I didn't think the workshop was going to happen during Ms. Schmelzer's absence. I had actually asked JJ if we could forego it because I wanted to be at this workshop, and he said that it had already been scheduled. So is it possible that we can contact?
I think we'd want to take a recess probably within the next couple minutes. I think it's only fair that they have a couple hours notice. Some of the people we only contact by email, so we have to trust that they're actually going to see their email on short notice.
Is that something Summer could maybe do or something?
JJ has the list, so JJ's going to have to do it.
Mr. Chair, I agree that it's important that you be here, and I think that additional time would be very beneficial as well.
How many people are from out of town on the committee? Just curious.
From out of Gold Beach? Outside of Gold Beach? You mean?
Outside of Gold Beach, yeah. Like in Brookings or Port Orford or...
That's
Emily?
We could call her direct. That's not a big
Correct.
issue.
Do you consider Mr. Ostrowski as out of town? It's over beach, you know.
Just... I would be sure to call them and make sure you get contact. That's all.
Okay.
I just don't want to inconvenience people.
Absolutely. So with that, I would say that we can forego that meeting. I would appreciate that from the board as well.
I'm fine with it as long as everybody's contacted and they're fine with it. And so when are we postponing this until? Next week?
Well, if we do it when Commissioner Pash is back, it'd have to be after.
It'd be 2 weeks after.
2 weeks? Okay.
So we'll forego this for a couple of weeks in the future.
I think we need a second on that, do we, Mr. Chair?
I'll second that. As long as the people are contacted.
Okay. Further discussion?
Do we need a recess?
Oh, let's vote on this first.
Okay.
Roll, please.
Commissioner Gold.
Aye.
Vice Chair Boyce.
Yes.
Chair Pash.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
And I'll have another agenda minute when the time comes.
2 weeks.
Yes.
Right.
So you want to take a 5-minute recess right now then, so you can contact them, or?
Sure.
Okay, why don't we do that? We're
That'd
going to
be the
recess for 5
22nd.
minutes.
Summer heard her name.
All right, we're in recess until 9:15. Just so the board knows, I'm kind of up against time constraints to leave today.
If yours is the next big idea, and you need the right place to fine-tune it, build it, launch it, if you're only your best when you can play more than you work, if inspiration comes from the outside, you belong in Curry County. The westernmost point of the land you love, and the edge between familiar and uncharted. Break the pattern. Be where the airports are as close as the beaches, and industry and recreation never cease to amaze. Dock, dive, and dine in a single day, and never lose your connection. This is the threshold of the West. Live where you can do you, and do it well, at the farthest point from ordinary. Curry County, living on the edge.
One of the things I really appreciate about our entire region
is that we embrace who we are, and I think that's what unifies us. Once the timber and fishing industries collapsed, it took us a long time to get back on our feet. People didn't quite grasp the idea that once these jobs left, they weren't going to get other family wage jobs, and it crippled us.
Things were getting really dire. So we just saw that this was an opportunity to maybe look at that public land a little differently and how it could bring more dollars into our region.
The Wild Rivers Coast is so unique because there are more wild and scenic rivers here than anywhere else in the lower 48 states. The scenic beauty is just amazing. There's so many different places to go, from the national forest down to the protected ocean, and it's just a really special place.
I guess I didn't really know how special it was, though, until I moved away to Portland and came back and saw all the potential here.
We're uncrowded, we're unspoiled, and we're a little difficult to get to, but my God, once you come here, you fall in love.
We just thought if we could pull people to come into this Wild Rivers Coast and stay longer and explore a little farther into our backcountry, there was a lot of opportunities for them to experience.
I think our whole future is at stake here. This area is ready to go. We just need to give it a little kick in the butt.
I'm going to be honest, when the Rural Tourism Studio came here, I was skeptical because I didn't see far enough ahead that we actually could collaborate regionally, and I'm pleasantly surprised. It's been amazing.
The Rural Tourism Studios was the first time we were able to come together as a region to talk about the future of our economy.
If we can have a strong tourism economy in this area, it's going to benefit the whole community.
We have to rely on ourselves, and I think through this program, it's sort of opened our eyes to what we could do when we work together. Community leaders really focused on 3 areas: outdoor recreation, food and agricultural tourism, and really building community relationships.
In our area, a lot of the food that's grown all gets shipped away. And so now we're realizing that we can capture some of that local food that's grown here. The Eat Fresh and Local Action Team has hosted a series of networking events bringing together the area growers with the area vendors so that we could have more local food available to the visitors to our area. And now we're seeing more local food in our grocery stores, in our restaurants, and we have a new local food co-op.
We created a farm trail from Bandon to Port Orford. We did 9 U-Pick farms, and it just gained traction, and people loved it.
Langlois is less than 500 people. It's very small. So we have to bring in tourists. And being on the farm trail, even though it's just beginning, has really helped do that. We really want to make it a destination for anybody. My mom and I began Dragonfly Farm just 3 years ago. When I found out that I could grow a seed and turn that into food, it was like, oh my gosh, why wouldn't you do this? I just quit my day job and I just signed the paper to be an official co-owner of the farm. This is what I want to do for the rest of my life and grow with the community.
Out of the Outdoor Recreation Action Team, we came up with a series of maps that show where the best places to go recreate are. We know where we're going to send people now, and we got a great map that shows all the best places to go see.
For us to get a mapping project done to this extent is pretty impressive. We're patting ourselves on the back. I don't know if anybody else is, but we're doing it.
From that, we decided that there was some places that needed help, so we came up with a mountain bike plan, and we also worked on designating a state scenic bikeway. The Outdoor Recreation Action Team was also looking at how we can make scuba diving better in this area. So we came up with the idea for a scuba fill station. So now people that want to come and dive in this area, they can dive for multiple days because they can get their tanks filled up again. When I started the Rural Tourism Studio, my business, South Coast Tours, was really small. And now we've grown to about 5 or 6 guides, and we're doing tours all over from Brookings all the way up to Coos Bay.
Overall, tourism is on the rise here. We've had a bang up last 2 years, and it's like a breath of fresh air down here.
My hope for the area is that we still keep that sense of place.
Loving a place to death is a big concern that I have, and it's a balance. We're going to promote tourism, but we want to do it in a sustainable way. One of the biggest reasons that this area has been so successful since the tourism studio is the people that are involved. We have a lot of great, motivated, smart people who understand the need to promote tourism in the right way, and it's really all about the people.
When you live in a rural community like we do, from Bandon down to Brookings, and you're strapped for cash, relationships are crucial.
As a community, I think you need to come together and find out what your mission and goals are collectively. Then you can work into smaller groups, knowing that you have the backing of the whole community behind you.
As long as everybody's just super excited about it and passionate about what they're doing and they can work together, then anything's possible.
Own what you have and don't try to be something that you're not. It's gonna be hard. It's gonna take a long time. So roll up your sleeves and just dig in with an open mind.
What draws you to the Oregon coast? Is it the green and blue surf on a brilliant sunny day, or angry, boiling waves during a raging winter storm? Do you prefer quiet coves or powerful breakers churning the sand? How about sand castles? Do you come for the rising tide or the setting sun, to marvel at whales gliding through the sea or flying in the sky? Reasons to travel the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway are as far-reaching as your imagination. This is a spectacular part of Oregon that traces the entire coastline along Highway 101, guiding you to the sea and away again, to coastal towns big and small, lowland marshes, and breathtaking overlooks. It's a long byway stretching from the mouth of the Columbia River to the California border, 363 miles in all, of some of the most unblemished, awe-inspiring seascapes you'll find anywhere. In addition to its designation as a scenic byway, Highway 101 in Oregon also has been selected as an all-American road. That means when you come here, you will experience one of only 31 roads considered to be the best of the best in America.
You know, when people come to the Oregon coast, they're really astonished how beautiful it is, and what separates it from many of the other places in North America that are coastal is how undeveloped it is. And that's because Oregon had a very far-sighted land use program back in the 1970s. We have all these wonderful state parks along the scenic byway that are perfect places to stop and enjoy nature in a relatively unspoiled way.
From the north, you begin in Astoria, the first permanent European settlement in the Pacific Northwest. It's a genuine maritime community with ship traffic from around the world seeking harbor up the Columbia. The official State Maritime Museum of Oregon sits here on the river. Beautiful Victorian houses dot the hillside. And standing 600 feet above sea level is the 125-foot Astoria Column. It features a hand-painted spiral frieze that would stretch over 500 feet if unwound. Heading south, you'll find the community of Seaside, a popular vacation spot that offers miles of public beaches, an oceanfront promenade, and a downtown core packed with restaurants, shops, and even a beach-type arcade. Cannon Beach is home to one of Oregon's most photographed natural wonders, Haystack Rock. Get your shots from the beach, or take a short drive up to Ecola State Park and look down on this 235-foot work of art. The picturesque small town is filled with art galleries, shops, and cafes. Ready for more? 10 miles to the south, this is the view from Cape Falcon. You're 700 feet above the Pacific. Here, the Pacific Coast Byway has been carved out of Neahkahnie Mountain and held in place by stone walls built in the 1930s by craftsmen in the Civilian Conservation Corps. Upon descending the mountain, the highway drifts inward around Tillamook Bay to Tillamook, the unofficial dairy capital of Oregon. The verdant valley of dairy.
All right, we are back on record. It's 9:23 on January 8th, 2020. JJ's still a little busy, so we're going to hold off on the amendments to the agenda and do public comments at this time. If we could, Mr. Clay. Happy New Year, Gordon.
Thank you. Happy New Year to you. For the record, my name is Gordon Clay of Brookings, Oregon. This is to give a status report on the formation of the county's new Suicide Awareness and Prevention Council. The council press release went to 34 media outlets, only 7 of which were in Curry County. I contacted all of them, and the only ones who responded that they ran the free advertising were Curry Radio and KGBR Radio, who did PSAs, and the Curry County Reporter and Port Orford News, which each ran a complete story on November 20th. I didn't get any response from any others. I then asked each paper to run the advertising a second time, and both the Reporter and the News did. KCIW and the Insider were not on the press release list. I got on KCIW for an hour for over a 2-week period, starting December 23rd, and the Insider ran a whole press release inside their December issue. I encourage you to have both of those on your press release list. At least they're interested in reporting events that are going on in Curry County. I'm asking everyone who is tuned in to mention the Suicide Council to people in Curry County who are directly involved with one of the 14 stakeholder groups and encourage them to apply. It is helpful that they are active in the stakeholder group so that they know and have direct access to the history of suicide involving the group. They are aware of the problems the group is currently dealing with around suicide, and will have access to the people within the group who would consider implementing corrective strategies the council may come up with. We're looking for a volunteer in each of these categories: law enforcement officer, first responder, EMT, or fire, medical, doctor, nurse, hospital board member, or community care organization member, social therapist, social worker, therapist, counselor, or peer support trained in suicidality, substance abuse and recovery person, youth educator, elder services, juvenile programming, veterans programming or services, a city manager or administrator, a tribal community member, a faith-based community, a youth ambassador, media, and 3 lay people who are not involved in any of the stakeholder groups. Go to the county website, print off the application, check the other box and write Suicide Council, and then write which position or positions you're qualified for. That's not being done on the current applications. Applications must be received by the Board of Commissioners by the close of business on January 16, 2020. That's only 8 days from today. If the county is to get a handle on corrective actions in our suicide crisis, we need to fill all 17 positions with overqualified people. We can't afford to lose another neighbor, friend, colleague, or family member to suicide, so please volunteer. And I would ask on position 9G today that we support Commissioner Boyce to be the liaison to the Suicide Council, and I hope that is accepted in G9 today, on today's agenda.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. Barnes, if you would, I know you're not scheduled until 9D, but we are up against some time constraints this morning. Could we get you to make comments on this early?
It's not really appropriate for you to talk about it first.
Moving on.
I would appreciate it.
Yeah, I'm David Barnes. I was wanting to speak about, there's an item on the agenda about refugee resettlement. And I read all the information that goes along with it, and I did some research on it. And this is asking for, the Secretary of State is asking for letters of consent that we would be willing to accept refugee resettlement in our county. And I just wanted to point out that Curry County is highly, highly unsuitable and a poor choice for the success of refugee resettlement. And some of the things I'd like to point out to you of why is, we're currently under a state of housing emergency. We don't have housing for the people who live here already. We have 10% of our people live in substandard housing. 30% of our children go to bed food insecure every night. Most of them are on free lunch and reduced lunch programs. Our elementary school down in South County is the most crowded elementary school in the state. There's no unskilled labor market here. There's no housing. We have high opioid usage. I mean, the list goes on and on and on. When you consider this, I would certainly hope that you do not consent to becoming a refugee community.
Commissioner Boyce?
Quickly, Mr. Chair, could you provide us a copy of that? Those stats are scary, and I'd just like to know where you got that information, and not surprised, but would be very helpful if you could provide
I got that information sitting right in that chair over the last year.
Okay.
So it's just things that have been said in the front of this room in the last year. So
it's a compilation of your work and research and just different studies pulled together, et cetera.
Yes, there was a study about food insecurity 2 months ago that we listened to. We've heard talk by the code enforcement officer about how many violations there are in the county. From other people I've spoken to, other things are easily looked up. So there's just all those things. I sat here when you passed the state of emergency for housing. So
I think that's all.
I just want to point out before you consider this that I don't think there would be successful assimilation should we try something like this. We need to address the problems for the people who live here already before we start talking about bringing in more people.
Thank you, sir. All right, getting back to amendments to the agenda, Commissioner Boyce, you said you had another?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I want to pull from the consent agenda item 7A. Certainly nothing against the applicant. This Citizens Revenue Task Force is really, I think, Mr. Chair, outdated, so I'm just a little puzzled on why we are going to continue this, and here's why briefly. The two primary board members on that task force are David Haney and Ron Crook. Both are very active, as you know, in the Friends of the Fair movement. And now that we have the countywide lodging tax approved by the voters, that was one source of revenue that the county could put to good use, and I think we have. Number two, through the advisory program on the consumption tax, that went down to voter disinterest rather substantially. I think it's fair to say that none of the three of us are going to promote raising property taxes. So what else is there? So as far as the Citizens Revenue Task Force, what are we going to gain by keeping this committee going? I remember following Commissioner Huxley some time ago and just watching him give rationale, and sometimes the committees just don't justify the time. So I think this would be an unnecessary exercise to put somebody on this committee, and we've had a struggle to keep that program going anyway. That's all I have. So I'm going to make a motion that we disband the Citizens Revenue Task Force, and maybe we need to replace it with something else. A watchdog group on how we spend, whatever might be appropriate there. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Any other comments?
I'm going to have to disagree with that simply because I think the consumption tax was not successful because it had not been researched thoroughly. It just kind of came on the ballot.
Are we not mic'd?
Well, I guess not. Everybody can hear me good, all right? So I don't think that the consumption tax was researched thoroughly. I think the committee was working on that. I think there were some other problems with the committee. I don't want to get into that at this point, but I think it could be very successful. So I'm going to have to disagree with that.
If I may, Mr. Chair, and just a quick
Mr.
response.
Boyce.
Thank you again. The committee did not have an interest in the consumption tax. I personally pushed that very hard. I also am shocked that you believe, Commissioner, with all due respect, Gold, that there was not ample research in that. I pulled in 3 previous commissioners who spent considerable time on that, in addition to Gary Milliman and some other people. I have in my documents right here probably 10 different representations of what that could have been for this county, including $1 million coming over the border from Del Norte County at 1.5%. And I just could never get any additional help or interest. So, you know, what else do you think there might be that we could look at, or this revenue task force could actually look at,
well,
outside of the 3 I mentioned?
One of the things they were looking at as far as a consumption tax was just doing things on non-essential items, not just a sales tax across the board. And that kind of went down. It wasn't, in my opinion, wasn't researched carefully enough.
Well, the voters spoke on that, Mr. Chair, so I think it's a waste of time to continue this board, in my view.
Well, I think my point on it is, I'm sorry, Counsel, go ahead.
So the question I have is, the matter we're discussing seems different a little bit from what's on the agenda. I know it's tangential or related. If I'm looking at this, the action for the board to consider is whether to appoint members to a existing task force.
Right.
It's not whether to, it's not a new, you know, we would need to consider that. So there may be some question about whether the item you're discussing is properly noticed. Again, I know it's tangential to appointing. For the appointment, I can understand Commissioner Boyce saying, because I don't believe this committee should exist anymore, I'm not going to appoint anyone. But again, I think we're getting a little off the agenda topic. So if we could just kind of go back to this, I think we're talking about 2 different things.
What I'd like to say is, as far as this is, I like ideas. I like to have input into things, and the Revenue Task Force, they bring you know, basically ideas to this board on how they see different points for financial resources for the county. It's not, they don't make a final decision on anything. They just bring, excuse me, they just bring this board ideas and do the research on that, and do the you know, do the planning stages for that. I don't feel any harm in that. It's a volunteer group. I actually I'd like to see it live streamed like we do the board meetings, so that the public could see exactly the work that volunteers in this county do, and how they arrive at some of the ideas and answers that they have. So, you know, as far as having this committee, I think it's a useful committee or task force, not a committee. It's a task force, but I think it's very useful in the county, and I think we should at least let it go on for a while and see what they come up with.
Based on your support and that clarification, Mr. Chair, I will withdraw my motion.
Okay. Do we have anything further on amendments, Ms. Schmelzer?
I do. At the last meeting, there was a item that was supposed to be discussed under executive session, and it was missed. So I just want to amend the agenda so it can be discussed. It would be amending the agenda to include ORS 192.660, parent 2, parent small a parent, the employment of an officer, employee, staff, or agent.
192660, parent what?
2.
2A.
2A, okay.
And then
All right. Anything further?
I move we approve the agenda as amended.
Second, Mr. Chair.
Further discussion? Roll, please.
Commissioner Gold.
Aye.
Vice Chair Boyce.
Aye.
Chair Pash.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
All right, next we're moving on to 6A, Coast Community Health Center, Linda Maxon.
I don't think she's here.
Again, she is not here. This is her second time she's missed.
yeah, so I did I had, sorry, I had to make sure I was on there. So I did reschedule her and confirm that, and then late last night, I did send her an email reminding her. I realized that was a late reminder. Normally we don't send reminders, but I am surprised she's not here. Maybe she's held up or there was a delay or perhaps she had a client.
My concern is this is the second time we've scheduled her in front of the board, and she hasn't responded to either one. And I do know her. I've met her in Port Orford, and she actually asked to present here, so I'm surprised she's not here. Commissioner Boyce?
She was at the Senator Merkley Town Hall. She was not feeling well, and also she's not very good about returning her emails. But I'm very interested to not shut the door here, Mr. Chair, just because it's so important to our North County, as you know, and they've got a lot of good things going, and so I am puzzled, but hopefully we can, again, I'll repeat, keep the doors open. Thank you.
Ms. Schmelzer, if you would, please reach out to her. Next, we have number 7, the consent agenda. Appoint 1 member to the Citizens Revenue Task Force and appoint 1 member to the Budget Committee North County position.
I move that we approve the consent agenda as written.
Second, Mr. Chair.
Further discussion? Roll, please. No, it wasn't pulled. He withdrew the motion.
Commissioner Gold.
Aye.
Vice Chair Boyce.
Yes, sir.
Chair Pash.
Yes, sir.
Motion carried unanimously.
All right, next we're moving on to discussion action items. A, Adams Appeal Gravel Extraction. Ms. Crockett. Morning.
Good morning, I'm Becky Crockett, Curry County Planning Director. The item before you has been discussed at length at your last meeting on November 20th, 2019. So I'm just going to pretty much summarize what has happened since that time, and then with assistance from County Council, talk about possible decisions that the commissioners can choose to make. First, I want to remind you that this was a de novo land use process. That is, the board is deciding on issues without reference to the conclusion of the Planning Commission, but with the record of evidence. And the criteria that the board must address and meet for this application are primarily those in the Curry County Zoning Ordinance section 7.040. Now, as I mentioned, you may recall that you took action on this on November 20th. That action that you took was to close the hearing and leave the record open for 14 days to allow the public comment on information that was provided by the applicant at that hearing. Today, the hearing is closed, which, unless the board reopens the hearing, does not allow for testimony by either the applicant or the public. We did receive additional comments during the 14 days that you left the record open, both in support of the application and a lot not in support. Now, I want to say, in accordance with ORS 197-763, the applicant then was provided the comments received after that 14 days. I personally gave the applicant the comments, and he then was allowed 7 days to submit final written arguments in support of his application. Pursuant to ORS 197-763, the applicant's final submittal shall be considered a part of the record. but shall not include any new evidence. However, the applicant did submit new evidence into the record. Actually, I want to clarify. The applicant submitted new information. It's your decision whether or not that should be added to the record. Specifically, he included a map with GPS coordinates detailing additional locations and sizes of gravel areas proposed for extraction. Now, if the board decides to receive that new evidence into the record, then the record must remain open another 7 days to allow the public the opportunity to comment on that new information. Then, again, the applicant is allowed another 7 days to submit final arguments in support of his application again. Following that process, that is in ORS 197-763, is crucial to a land use proceedings. However, it's also just as important for the board to make a decision that satisfies the criteria in the Curry County zoning ordinance. That's the criteria that we laid out in section 7040, number 10. Specifically, and I'm going to kind of summarize this, the code states the applicant's plans and specifications must contain sufficient information to address the standards. Thus far, staff has not seen scientific data, studies, or technical data in the record to support a changing proposal that's been made by the applicant. The standards that we must meet include the need for an evaluation of potential impacts on noise, dust, water quality, water flow, fish habitat, land stability, vegetation, wildlife habitat, and land and soil erosion, essentially the environmental impacts of the operation. Mr. Adams' proposals don't tell us much detail regarding the operation. There's no information on scalping depth, equipment to be used, number of trucks involved, the stockpiling, water diversion, berming, timing in regards to fish migration, flow impacts, fish stranding from holes dug in the gravel bar, vegetation removal, access, or road construction. Further, there has been some but little coordination with the numerous federal and state agencies and an effort to comply with their regulatory requirements, which could help satisfy some of the criteria in the Curry County zoning ordinance. Now, there are some emails that were submitted into the record from a few agencies, and there are letters from environmental groups, but mostly those that are trying to apply support are suggesting and are receptive to working outside this process with the applicant to develop a better plan and a method to address the problems with sedimentation and gravel in the Pistol River. County Planning has also stated our support to participate with the applicant in these efforts. At this point, I would like to turn to the decisions that are on the table for the board. That's on page 3 of the staff report. Essentially, option 1 allows the board to open the record and accept the new information submitted by the applicant. If the commissioners decide to open the record and accept that information, then you would have to allow another 7 days for the public to respond to that information, and then allow the applicant an additional 7 days to comment and add evidence into the record, hopefully no new information. Secondly, you have the option to proceed to make a decision on the application. You have the option to reverse the Planning Commission's decision and approve the request. That one becomes a little problematic for staff in that we would want to make sure that there are adequate conditions on the application as was proposed through the Planning Commission process. Second option is to affirm the Planning Commission's decision to deny the application. And coupled with those two actions would be a decision to not open the record for acceptance of the applicant's new information that was submitted. So with that, I'm going to be here for questions with the assistance of legal counsel.
Counsel Huddle.
Thank you. Director Crockett, There was, again, we had the public hearing, we closed the public hearing, we left the record open for additional submittals, and we did receive additional submittals from the applicant and then from other parties, parties opponent, maybe even supporters, I don't know. I'm looking at the agenda packet. I think it's 3 different tabs. One of them has 419 pages in it or so. Included in the packet that was given to our board, did that include all the submittals from both the applicant and the party's opponent and participants in the matter? Do you know?
Yeah, what I know is that the planning department submitted all the information that came in from the public as well as from the applicant by December 14th of 2019. That was in the commissioner's office at that time. We worked with the commissioner's office to try to put all of the record online. I understand that there were some computer glitches, some difficulty in all that information actually being online, but all of the information, the record, the entire record, was available in the commissioner's office by December 14. The completed record of hearing is also available in the planning department and was available as of December 14th.
But was it also included in the packet, the same documents you're talking about? Are those in these pages in the board's materials for today's meeting that has also been published?
As I understand that they are, yes.
Okay, thank you. So the board, because as you just heard, there was a glitch or something that prevented so these materials are both given to the board in a packet, but they're also posted separately at links on different web pages around the county. Those links on the web pages are for informational purposes to the general public, but they're not necessarily the board's packet. But what I'm understanding is, notwithstanding whether there was a glitch in putting the information out to the general public by these separate links, the information submitted by the opponents was included for the board to consider on its decision today.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. So that was just a question that I had after talking to some of the people involved in the process. So my understanding then is that the board has in front of it all of the information from the applicant and from the participant parties, and then the question for the board would be to whether to, if the board does accept the new facts, new evidence, after the record is closed to everyone, the applicant gets 7 days. They can submit new information, but it has to be argument, not evidence. And as Director Crockett pointed out, there's evidence. If the board opens up the record again to allow that new evidence, then it will have to give all the other parties at least 7 days to respond to the new evidence. And then the board has options of rejecting that additional evidence from the applicant and making a decision just on what was in the packet there before the final submittal.
So basically, if we reopen this, we're going to roll for another 14 days and then close it again, and then it'll come back.
Yes, and that is one option before the board.
Is that option, if I may, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Is that option 1?
That's option 2.
That's option 1.
I'm sorry, that's option
Sorry.
1.
Okay, thank you.
My question for you is, and I know you're not a river expert and you're not a rock expert, and I understand that
she was born at this river.
I didn't say she wasn't born and understands the river, but she's not. I don't believe she's an expert on scalping and all that stuff. I know a lot of those things you said haven't been met. How deep the scalping would be, exactly how many trucks, and those kind of things for the footprint that it would make. My question is, facing what we're facing in the Rogue this year, and we've had Congressman DeFazio here and some others from the state here, with the amount of rock coming down the river, the inordinate amount of rock coming into the mouth of the river, or coming down the river and clogging the mouth. What kind of damage do you foresee in that area if it was scalped? I mean, I know down by my ranch last year.
If I could, I think this might be getting into the realm of even more new evidence. If you're asking for, an opinion on factual consequences of an action. So
I guess we need to move forward with A, B, or C. Commissioner Gold?
If we were to go with the Planning Commission's decision, Would Mr. Adams be able to resubmit an application giving more specific evidence in the future?
Absolutely. The Curry County zoning ordinance allows an applicant to reapply a year after his submittal was not acceptable.
Okay. We have a motion?
I'm going to move that we affirm the Planning Commission's decision.
Do I have a second? The Planning Commission's decision is to
Deny the application.
deny the application.
Discussion, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Boyce?
I think to get more evidence and open the whole thing up to both sides to give the applicant and the public more time, this is no small task we're headed into one way or the other. So I'm really asking the board to consider option one as I understand it, as it has been explained.
My only problem with continuing this even farther is at our last meeting, I asked, sorry, I got a tickle in my throat. I asked Mr. Adams if he would come back with a more definitive plan. The GPS markings I understand he came up with, but you know exactly what you said is how much, you know, what exactly he was going to do and where. And my concern is that he did not do that. And I'm glad to hear that he can reapply. My problem is we've got a lot of staff time in this already, and to keep kicking it down the road. I'm just sad that he didn't come in with more information, what he had a lot of time to be able to do that. Go ahead.
The only thing I would add to that is that any citizen who would take on this kind of a task has a lot of work out in front of them and a lot of time, just a lot of hurdles. And so I hate to seem discouraged. It may not fly, and I understand, but I think the other important thing we could add to that, Mr. Chair, is that as I understood correctly, that there's some citizens out there that want to help him, albeit they might be late. They want to help him get some of this information and overcome these barriers. So that's why I'm pushing, and I'd be happy to make a motion subject to your approval, Mr. Chair, again for option one.
Commissioner Gold?
Those folks could help him by letting him reapply again.
Absolutely. And it's not just citizens. These are the environmental groups, the Watershed Council. There has been numerous entities that have come forward and expressed support to help with this project. The bottom line is, yeah, there's too much sediment and gravel in the lower Pistol River. No question about it. And there seems to be consensus by everybody that something needs to be done. Whether or not this is the right avenue for it to be done seems to be a big question. And there is a lot of interest in a more collaborative effort between all of the interests that are involved in the Pistol River to come forward with a proposal that people feel more comfortable with.
Commissioner Gold?
I don't think 14 days is going to be able to significantly change a plan, to be honest with you, since all of those groups are involved.
I will say this also, you know, in working on the Rogue River this year, on the amount of sediment in the Rogue and also down in the Chetco, we looked at that somewhat, and I fully agree. There's too much sediment and rock in the river, and we had some government agencies come and look at it, and they all said we need to remove the rock from this river. We were surprised here in the mouth of the Rogue that the Corps came up what I considered short to even properly opening the mouth of the river, but we had discussion, or the port, I mean, the mouth of the port. We had discussions all the way up to the landing up here, the landing restaurant. That whole area is in low tide. You could almost walk across it and wouldn't get your knees wet. So, in the middle of summer anyway. You know, we do have to come up with ways to do this. I know the Port of Gold Beach has a dredge that they use occasionally in their area. So there is access to be able to do this, but I think we need proper planning the proper agencies to give their stamp on it. And I think there are certain permits that have to be filed if you get your wheels wet on your machinery with the state agencies and federal agencies in that river. So I would say that I would hope that Mr. Adams, as I recommended to him at the last meeting, would consider withdrawing his application and redoing it properly with all the I's crossed and T's dotted. And I say that's what I said to him at the last meeting. I'm not saying he should consider that now because that's not on the table.
I did have a question, if I could.
Yes, sir.
I've seen there was a question by, I think, Commissioner Gold. If the board denies the application, can the applicant resubmit an additional application in the future? I think that answer is yes, but I think there's a time within which
1 year.
Right.
Ask and
Thank
answer.
you. But
1 year.
if they withdraw the application, then it's not a denial, and I don't think there's the 1 year time limit.
That's
Right.
correct.
And that's
Good.
why I
Okay.
asked him to withdraw.
Very good.
And
Yep.
he did not withdraw, and I was actually expecting him to, because on that particular day there were several members of the audience that offered him a helping hand right there. And I'm actually, like I say, I was surprised to see that this wasn't more thorough when this came back in front of us. Commissioner Boyce?
Isn't that going to ask him, in all intents and purposes, causing him to start completely over? If he does that.
No, I think it's
Maybe I misunderstood.
when you refile. If he would withdraw, then or refile, I believe he's just got to get things more in order than they are to meet the requirements for the Planning Commission. Correct?
That's correct. That's correct.
That helps.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, being that he did not withdraw the application, Commissioner Gold has a motion to clarify your motion, Commissioner.
To accept the Planning Commission's decision.
Do I have a second on that? I will second that. Further discussion? Roll, please.
Commissioner Gold,
Aye.
Vice Chair Boyce,
No.
Chair Pash.
Aye.
Motion carried 2-1.
And I hope Mr. Adams does resubmit with the proper things that he needs to do this. I am all for removing gravel from the river to reopen it for fish. Next, we are going to move on to professional services contract. Ms. Schmelzer?
Yes, as you know, Brant Media has been doing our video photography, filming our meetings and posting it to, I believe, the website and social media. And their contract terminated on December 31st. So I think it's advisable that we continue to film the meetings and broadcast the meetings. We have a couple options to do so. One is we have staff that has that capability. However, that's not what she was hired for. She was hired to administer the TLT and the business license ordinance and do some economic development assistance work in the form of tourism and help out if we needed some filming work. Eric Feliciano, who was working for Brant Media, is available to continue to film our meetings if we'd like that option. So we have a couple things to discuss here. Eric is willing to do it. We could contract with him, or we could put out an RFP, or we could advertise for a job. Eric is willing to do the work, though. I think he's done an excellent job for us. And he is willing to do the work at $30 an hour for the meetings that are here in the county, in Gold Beach, and $40 an hour for the off-site meetings. Just for reference, we were paying Brant Media $70 an hour for the meetings. So Eric is about half cost for doing that. Just some other things I want to bring to the board's attention, that when you have an off-site meeting, some of them result in 7 to 8 hour days for the film crew. Eric believes he can get that down to about 5 hours for a remote meeting, because you have to pick up the equipment, you have to haul it down there, you have to set it up, you have to take it down, etc. But overall, we're looking at saving about half on the contract if we would go with Eric. So if the board is acceptable with that, I'll bring back an order and an official contract for you to approve. Eric is here today. He is filming, and I told him if the board did approve it, we would, my recommendation would be that we backtrack or backdate the start date to today's date.
Okay.
You need a motion on that?
Yes.
Okay, I move that we approve the professional services contract with Eric.
Do I have a second?
Second, Mr. Chair.
Further comment?
I will just bring an order back at the next meeting then to make that official so we can get that actually recorded with the clerk's office.
Perfect. Roll, please.
Commissioner Gold.
Aye.
Vice Chair Boyce.
Aye.
Chair Pash.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
C, to approve public safety answering point, PSAP 911 configuration, project report, and staff recommendations. Ms. Schmelzer.
Yes, the previous board had, if I understand this correctly, they had proposed that the county work with the city of Brookings to contract with the Portland State University to do a project to determine, should the 911 services be combined, Brookings and the sheriff's office, and to look at that whole operation and come back with recommendations. The group met in, I think it was November. It was City of Brookings staff and then Curry County, the sheriff's staff, and we met and decided that there were so many errors in the document that we really should not recommend it be adopted. I did forward the report to you so you could see the findings in the report. The findings did say, we should be looking at a Gold Beach facility or more centrally located facility. But the data that was based on had errors in it, so we questioned whether or not it was reliable. And so I did let Portland State University know that I was going to be recommending the board not accept the report.
Okay.
So question, do we still have to pay for it if there's a lot of errors in it?
Yes, we paid about $18,000 for our share of the report.
Commissioner Boyce?
I thought and maybe you've already done this, I remember talking to you, that we were going to challenge them to start over basically, or at least fix it.
Well, to
holdup?
fix it means starting over, and first of all, I don't know if they would do that. I suppose
they would be ethically obligated.
I suppose we could ask them. I have to be honest with you, I do not think the city of Brookings or the sheriff's department would be interested in doing that at this time.
Well, the sheriff's here, but likely because it may produce the same. Because Portland State's reputation has been very good, but in this case, doesn't sound like they followed through properly at all.
Well, I'll tell you what I'd like to do is...
Not happy about wasted money, huh?
Yeah. Is, as again, however the vote goes, but I'd like to be the person to contact the university. I'll gladly contact them.
I'll second
them
that.
For a refund.
So,
because of the errors.
Did we already pay this?
Yes.
Oh, I'm sure.
Okay. Because again, I think if they haven't performed, we can
absolutely
deny payment. Sure.
Mr. Chair, you have my support on that.
I will be the one to do that. So we're going to deny renewal of the contract, and then I will contact the university for a refund.
So we don't have to renew the contracts. We don't have to worry about that part. What we have to do is just formally not accept the report.
Okay.
And then follow up, let the minutes show that you were going to follow up and talk to them about the fee.
So do you have specific errors in there that he can discuss?
Yes.
Okay, because I think it's important that everything's factual.
I'll see if the sheriff will endorse those errors as well.
Okay. I just
wasn't prepared to go ahead and talk about this, but I'll give you my information on it. When we decided to contract with the city and Portland State University, we were under the impression that we would get a really good recommendation on how to consolidate. But what we understand was the project was turned over to a graduate for his master's thesis or things like that had no experience in PSAPs or anything like that, and his supervisor and everything are gone. They don't even work there anymore. We did pay, I think, our half of $17,500. Brookings never paid, and because they were waiting on the final. Well, actually, the final draft that came out was completely full of errors. It's saying that we didn't need to, if we did consolidate, we didn't need more dispatchers based on the number of calls. and there was like 800,000 calls that they
I can't remember the number, but they missed.
And we explained that to them, and but we're not confident in their work on this at all. And unfortunately, the county, we were out close to $18,000 on that.
The city paid nothing simply because they said our $18,000 was the first half, and they were going to pay when it's completed. Is that how it worked?
I'm not sure. You know, it wasn't to deal with Brookings on how they paid their bill. All I know is they did not pay, and they were waiting for the final product before they paid. But I think we got a bill, and they wanted, you know, and halfway in between they said, hey, you need to pay this and blah blah, and so the county did. But we were still on the impression that we were going to get a good document that shows how to consolidate and the reasons why. With that, they did say that, yeah, that there needs to be a consolidation, that more than likely it needs to be out on its own, but for now it would have to be with the sheriff's office, which they had some issues with that, you know, the seismic of the building and all that kind of stuff. And bottom line is, I think if you really wanted to know a little bit more about the reasons why Brookings didn't pay, to contact Lieutenant Donnie Dotson. He worked on this more than anybody, and he knows all the numbers. And when we had our meeting back, I think in November, we all decided that this wasn't something we wanted to pursue because it was so flawed that we couldn't deal with it.
Well, and not only that, it sounds to me like they just kind of pawned it off on a graduate student to do it rather than the professionals.
Well, that's my impression.
Commissioner Boyce.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to encourage you to just take the approach you said a bit ago, but please consider adding. I'm going to disagree with the sheriff just a little bit because we'll lose valuable time here in trying to pull off this consolidation. Give them a chance to make it right rather than us try and get our 18,000 back, which will probably take 5 years, and maybe some good will come out of it. That might be a huge reach, but my hope is that your call will generate some discontent, and understandably so, and move this thing forward.
Okay, can I have a motion?
I would suggest that you contact Lieutenant Donnie Dawson.
That's a very good
I will
idea.
first, yeah.
Good.
Thank
Very
you.
good.
I move that
Thanks,
we
Sheriff.
do not accept the report and that Commissioner Pash is authorized to contact Portland State.
A second?
Second, Mr. Chair.
Further discussion? Roll, please.
Mr. Gold.
Aye.
Vice Chair Boyce.
Yes.
Chair Pash.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
Okay, it's 10 minutes after 10. I need to take a 5-minute break real quick. So we'll be back at 10:15.
If yours is the next big idea, and you need the right place to fine-tune it, build it, launch it, if you're only your best when you can play more than you work, if inspiration comes from the outside, you belong in Curry County. The westernmost point of the land you love, and the edge between familiar and uncharted. Break the pattern. Be where the airports are as close as the beaches, and industry and recreation never cease to amaze. Dock, dive, and dine in a single day, and never lose your connection. This is the threshold of the West. Live where you can do you, and do it well, at the farthest point from ordinary. Curry County, living on the edge.
One of the things I really appreciate about our entire region is that we embrace who we are, and I think that's what unifies us. Once the timber and fishing industries collapsed, it took us a long time to get back on our feet. People didn't quite grasp the idea that once these jobs left, they weren't going to get other family wage jobs, and it crippled us.
Things were getting really dire. So we just saw that this was an opportunity to maybe look at that public land a little differently and how it could bring more dollars into our region.
The Wild Rivers Coast is so unique because there are more wild and scenic rivers here than anywhere else in the lower 48 states. The scenic beauty is just amazing. There's so many different places to go, from the national forest down to the protected ocean, and it's just a really special place.
I guess I didn't really know how special it was, though, until I moved away to Portland and came back and saw all the potential here.
We're uncrowded, we're unspoiled, and we're a little difficult to get to, but my God, once you come here, you fall in love.
We just thought if we could pull people to come into this Wild Rivers Coast and stay longer and explore a little farther into our backcountry, there was a lot of opportunities for them to experience.
I think our whole future is at stake here. This area is ready to go. We just need to give it a little kick in the butt.
I'm going to be honest, when the Rural Tourism Studio came here, I was skeptical because I didn't see far enough ahead that we actually could collaborate regionally, and I'm pleasantly surprised. It's been amazing.
The Rural Tourism Studios was the first time we were able to come together as a region to talk about the future of our economy.
If we can have a strong tourism economy in this area, it's going to benefit the whole community.
We have to rely on ourselves, and I think through this program, it's sort of opened our eyes to what we could do when we work together. Community leaders really focused on 3 areas: outdoor recreation, food and agricultural tourism, and really building community relationships.
In our area, a lot of the food that's grown all gets shipped away. And so now we're realizing that we can capture some of that local food that's grown here. The Eat Fresh and Local Action Team has hosted a series of networking events bringing together the area growers with the area vendors so that we could have more local food available to the visitors to our area. And now we're seeing more local food in our grocery stores, in our restaurants, and we have a new local food co-op.
We created a farm trail from Bandon to Port Orford. We did 9 U-Pick farms, and it just gained traction, and people loved it.
Langlois is less than 500 people. It's very small. So we have to bring in tourists. And being on the farm trail, even though it's just beginning, has really helped do that. We really want to make it a destination for anybody. My mom and I began Dragonfly Farm just 3 years ago. When I found out that I could grow a seed and turn that into food, it was like, oh my gosh, why wouldn't you do this? I just quit my day job and I just signed the paper to be an official co-owner of the farm. This is what I want to do for the rest of my life and grow with the community.
Out of the Outdoor Recreation Action Team, we came up with a series of maps that show where the best places to go recreate are. We know where we're going to send people now, and we got a great map that shows all the best places to go see.
For us to get a mapping project done to this extent is pretty impressive. We're patting ourselves on the back. I don't know if anybody else is, but we're doing it.
From that, we decided that there was some places that needed help, so we came up with a mountain bike plan, and we also worked on designating a state scenic bikeway. The Outdoor Recreation Action Team was also looking at how we can make scuba diving better in this area. So we came up with the idea for a scuba fill station. So now people that want to come and dive in this area, they can dive for multiple days because they can get their tanks filled up again. When I started the Rural Tourism Studio, my business, South Coast Tours, was really small. And now we've grown to about 5 or 6 guides, and we're doing tours all over from Brookings all the way up to Coos Bay.
Overall, tourism is on the rise here. We've had a bang-up last 2 years, and it's like a breath of fresh air down here.
My hope for the area is that we still keep that sense of place.
Loving a place to death is a big concern that I have, and it's a balance. We're going to promote tourism, but we want to do it in a sustainable way. One of the biggest reasons that this area has been so successful since the tourism studio is the people that are involved. We have a lot of great, motivated, smart people who understand the need to promote tourism in the right way, and it's really all about the people.
When you live in a rural community like we do, from Bandon down to Brookings, and
All right, we are back in. It is 10:17 on January 8th, 2020. Moving on to 9D. County Council John Huddle. I surprised you, didn't I? This is the refugee resettlement.
Which is kind of funny. All I did was pass this along from AOC to the Bach office, so I really don't have anything to add. I mean, the federal government, I think we have the, an executive order in there? And it seems to be something that I haven't seen before, where the feds are actually looking for feedback from local communities, not just states, but also cities and counties, as to whether they want to accept refugees. So the way I interpret this, if we do not affirmatively say we want them, then they have a policy that they will not locate refugees here. But really, I don't have anything else to add about this.
Okay.
It's really a policy choice for the board.
Do I have a motion?
I move that we do not contact the federal government about accepting refugees.
Do I have a second?
Discussion, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
I don't understand the motion. Are we going to write a letter or just...
No, we don't do anything.
We're not
nothing.
If you do nothing...
That's what council just said. If you want them, then you write a letter saying we want them.
Mr. Barnes' recommendation was to write a letter that, with the ration. I think he speaks for a lot of Curry citizens, but maybe that's not necessary in this, and amplifying what Council Huddle said there. This is, they're wanting state and local involvement in this, in input. So the motion is to do nothing, not to respond.
Yes.
I'll second that, Mr. Chair.
Further discussion? Roll, please.
Commissioner Gold.
Aye.
Vice Chair Boyce.
Yes.
Chair Pash.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
Next, we're going to have 9E. Approve order amending personal rules, Article 20, regarding pregnancy accommodation. Ms. Swift.
So Ms. Swift contacted me by email and says that she's not live streaming and to give her an email when it's time for her to come. So I just sent her an email, so hopefully she'll be here very quickly.
I hear the door closing.
I actually worked with her on this item. I can kind of summarize, but there was a new law that says that we have to basically give time for pregnancy accommodation. And the interesting part about it is most employee benefit laws, and it's effective January 1st. So if the board adopts this today, which is staff recommendation, and we have to give accommodations as well. I said time, but also we have to reasonably accommodate. It applies to applicants, so people who are not hired, as well as employees. And most laws require employees to work a certain amount of time before they get a benefit. This applies immediately, and again, it applies to applicants. Julie, I just kind of gave a brief summary. You and I worked on this a little bit, but I summarized that it applies to applicants and employees. We have to do reasonable accommodations, and it is effective January 1st, and that there's no delay time for it to apply as an employee benefit. So I don't know if you have anything to summarize, to add to that.
That's all correct. That's what the new law says.
So this is a law that's already taken effect.
Yeah, it became effective January 1st.
And if someone were to be hired tomorrow that were unknowingly 3 months pregnant, they would automatically qualify for this.
Or even knowingly.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Do I have a motion?
I so move.
A second? I'll second it. Further discussion?
State law, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Roll, please.
Commissioner Gold.
Aye.
Vice Chair Boyce.
Yes.
Chair Pash.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
F is to approve AOC, Association of Oregon Counties Legislative Committee appointment. Ms. Schmelzer?
The Association of Oregon Counties got a hold of me and indicated that they have an opening. They asked us if we would have make an appointment to that committee. So you do have the information in front of you, and we're looking for you to appoint someone. In my opinion, the logical choice would be Commissioner Boyce, since he's been very involved with that committee. But of course, that is up to the board.
We have public comment. David Barnes. We can do both at this moment, please.
Yeah, David Barnes again. I just want to speak to you. This board used to do liaison reports every so often. And the members would come in and they would talk about what's happening in their liaison roles around the county, and that's something that seems to have gone away. And we don't get that anymore. And we had just since the fall, we've had a case where there's a commissioner didn't even know that the Southern Oregon Workforce Investment Board was meeting because the liaison hadn't said anything about it. And we had an issue just recently where our public health administration has all of a sudden fallen apart. And, a board member on that didn't say anything about it. And I'd just like to point out that a liaison is an individual who is responsible for relaying all communication between groups. And that's something that we're not having here. Liaison is more than just going out and meeting people and attending meetings. It's coming back and reporting on what you learn at those meetings. And, before we take this real lightly and just start appointing people, Commissioner Pash, you're on the National Association of County Officials now. You'll be in office for 3 more years. I would think it would be a natural progression and a synergy for you to also serve as our representative on the on the AOC and its incumbent bodies. It's very likely that we'll have, new commissioners next year, except for you. And, it seems to me that, there's a natural synergy between what comes out of Washington and what happens in the state. And, we're wanting for information here, and we're not getting it. And I'd like you to really reconsider all these assignments rather than just rubber stamping them today. Thank you.
Thank you. I will be the first to admit that I've been remiss in myself in reporting on some of the liaison duties that I have. I don't know if maybe there's a chance that we could do a workshop a month or something like that to just give some commissioner comments. I don't know how to set that up, but I think we're all a little bit remiss in doing reporting of the liaisons. As far as AOC goes, I think Commissioner Boyce's involvement in AOC has been fruitful, and I agree that I think he should remain the liaison for AOC. NACO is a different animal. It's a national association. I don't agree personally with all of the things that AOC is doing right now, but I don't fault them for that. That's what they're doing, and I appreciate their hard work. I have reached out to AOC and asked them to get involved in their Veterans Committee because I am one of the vice chairs with NACO, and perhaps we could work hand in hand in those departments. But I think taking on too many things, spreading yourself too thin, is not a good thing to do as well. So I appreciate your work with AOC, and again, I would just ask that we all find a way to do better reporting, as Mr. Barnes has said, on our liaisons and what's happening with them. Those are my comments. Commissioner Boyce?
Thank you. One of the issues we've had is sometimes a disinterest in commissioner comments, and we're not just talking to our fellow commissioners, and I've made this point in the past. It does drag the meetings out a little bit, but we are very responsible to report every meeting, how it affects the county. I'm looking at the short session coming up in February, and I'm relieved because This with AOC is a tremendous responsibility. It is a 6-hour drive each way. It is sleeping in a different bed if you don't go up and back the same day. But to not go and represent Curry County has consequences, as you know. So I would gladly give this up, and I think you would be very, I mean, it's a tremendous commitment, but it gets back to our job descriptions on what we agreed to this time last year on the amount of hours that it requires over and above normal business hours, reporting back to the commission board, reporting back to the citizens, being in the legislative process. I've testified in different hearings for some of our salmon and trout enhancement work, all the above. I mean, you have to be there. And I've had to take on this position because the first 2 years, nobody else was interested or willing. I had no choice. Spread myself too thin. I think you recognize that. I do not disagree. I always seem to have the energy. But if you wanted to, this requires a Monday minimum every month. Sometimes you can get away with calling in. Their system is pretty good. But I think you would be very effective on this. And thank goodness, at least right now, I think we have the travel budget to accommodate it. And I will gratefully pass on the baton. If not, I will continue to do this because the county's got to be represented. And if the public wants better and more informed, detailed reports, I'll be glad to do that. And I think I'm obligated on that. Thank you.
All right. Well, at this point, I would prefer that because you have such relationship with them, excuse me, that you continue with it for a period of time, and then down the road, perhaps we can make a change on it if we both agree to do that. But
Mr. Chair, if I may,
yes.
I'm sorry I interrupted you. I'm just going to hold out hope, and I know that if I not challenge you, but lobby you to attend some of the short session committee meetings that directly affect Curry County on, we just saw one bill there with a pregnancy deal, and so we have to be there, and I can enlighten you, or not enlighten you, but offer those times. I think it would be very beneficial to the county to have you attend and go to that time and expense. Thank you.
I appreciate it. I've actually already reached out to Representative Smith's office.
Good.
I know I can't be on the floor, but I have asked if I could come up for a couple of meetings and just, sit in on some of that.
We have the aggregate, the fish, the sod. I mean, there is quite a list. We have to be there. Thank you again.
So, all right. So do I have a motion to accept F9F as Commissioner Boyce as the representative?
I so move.
A second? I'll second. Further discussion? Roll, please.
Commissioner Gold.
Aye.
Vice Chair Boyce.
Abstain.
Chair Pash.
Aye.
Motion carried 2-0.
And again, should we, down the road, we may look at, changing that up. So, all right, moving on to G, approve assign liaison roles to the board. Ms. Schmelzer.
Please pass that out. So every year the board has to choose their liaison assignments and also the liaison assignments to certain boards. And in December, the board discussed this matter and said tentatively they wanted to keep things the way they were. So what I did was I just prepared a cleaned up version, so to speak, and have it in front of you. And what this does is it leaves all of the department liaison assignments the way they were. I do have to tell you, the Parks Department has requested a change in liaison assignments. They have requested that Commissioner Gold be the liaison just due to the location of her residence based where they're proposing new parks. So I think that's something you'll want to discuss. And then when you look down at the committees and boards, what I did was in the past, sometimes commissioners, the liaison list has kind of showed all the groups or committees somebody serves on. And what I did was, before you, I toned it down to those that really require board appointment. So this is a list of committees, departments, boards where we assign liaisons to. It's not meant to be a list of all the committees that somebody might serve on. So this list, as you can see, is much shorter than lists that you've seen in the past. The area, what I did do is I did remove, Commissioner Gold was appointed to all care, so that was a change in the past year, so I added that to shows she would be all care for 2020. And then, of course, the change from the original liaison list from last year, Commissioner Pash was on the Border Coast Regional Airport Authority, and mid-year we switched that to Commissioner Gold, so this reflects that she would also serve this coming year on the Border Coast Regional Airport Authority. I do have something highlighted in yellow. It's called the Charter Cable Franchise, only because my question was that a committee that required the board to appoint someone to it, or was that just something that Commissioner Gold, you follow along with? I'm not sure. So that was one where I thought
Charter's no longer in existence.
Yeah.
Okay, so that one I think we should just completely just take off the board altogether. Other than that, I think, and I could be wrong on this because I haven't been part of last year's appointments, but I believe that the ones shown on here are all ones that require formal action to appoint someone to their committees or boards.
Well, can you say charter is no longer in existence?
It's Spectrum.
Okay, but it's just a different name.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Boyce?
Mr. Chair, I'd like to talk first about boards. I would encourage you to consider being on the Southwest Area Commission on Transportation. I'm a little reluctant to give that up because that is a ODOT projects. And as we watch with anticipation what's going on at Huskenaut and other slides, milepost, Port Orford is it 338, I think, or 328? That is very nervous. You know, we have a lot of employees come from Port Orford every day during business days. So that's Southwestern Area Commission on Transportation. Gary Milliman is the chair. He does an excellent job. I don't know if he'll remain the chair. He's retired, as you know. Right. My alternate on that is Roadmaster Christensen. Of course, needless to say, very capable. I just really want good career representation on that. I can remain on that board.
I'll take that.
It's 6 times a year that you meet, every other month. And there's some really good people you're meeting with Douglas, Coos, and Curry counties on that. So I would encourage you to, it's 10 o'clock to 12 o'clock on all Fridays, so that makes it somewhat convenient. So glad you're willing to do that. And I don't want to get into the parks discussion, but if that's required, then I will. I'd like to make a motion, but without any other changes that I'm unaware of, that we follow through with and leave it as Director Smelzer has outlined here.
Let me just say something on the parks. I know that Commissioner Boyce is involved in a whole lot of travel, and
could you clarify that, please?
Going up to Salem and so forth.
Okay.
We hear about it all the time.
Oh, that's a little bit negative. I'm sorry.
No, I wasn't.
Maybe you don't need to hear about it. Maybe it's not of interest to you.
Hey, come on.
That was nothing negative.
Well, you should have been there, ma'am. You should have been there that whole time. But I covered for you, and I did a good job at it. Sorry, Mr. Chair.
I was just going to say that I would be willing to accept that liaison position.
If I may?
Commissioner Boyce?
First of all, because a commissioner lives in a certain spot, has no bearing on any responsibilities. We represent the entire county, from the Coos County border to the Delaware County, California border. So I've been to the Elk River Sunshine Bar, Laird Lake a couple of times. I've been to Lobster Creek Park. I've been to certainly Boyce Cope. The list goes on and on and on. This is the one positive thing I feel like I get to do that isn't stressful in this job. And so I enjoy it a lot. And I think I've been productive. I was blindsided by this yesterday. I don't understand. I don't think department heads should be calling out who their liaison is going to be. And I'm still baffled to any rational reason why this would be a request from a department head. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Well, to be honest, the first I heard about it was yesterday, and I'm neither for or against it. I think we all need to have good relationships with our departments, and we have to have a good working communication. So I don't know if it might be better to bring Mr. Hopkins in at the next meeting and talk about this, Ms. Schmelzer.
He did offer to be here today, and I told him that I didn't think he had to be present, but we could do that. We could delay action
If
on
it's
that
something we
role.
can, evidently you can see Commissioner Boyce would still like to be involved in parks, as does Commissioner Gold. So maybe if we could have a meeting with him and we could all talk, they could figure out what's the best avenue to do that.
What is the objective, though? To ask him if it's a personal thing or something, or?
Probably yes.
Okay.
Get everything out, and we can find out what's going on and why. Civility, I guess, is the objective.
I guess before we finalize the list,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Just one thing is, I did mention to Commissioner Boyce that Commissioner Gold had also said that she would be willing to serve on the Southwest Area Commission on Transportation, because she does serve on the group with the public transit. So there is a tie there. So if you don't have time or not interested, I think Commissioner Gold would be able, or would be willing to accept that one.
I'm actually fine with that, only because I deal with ODOT now. I'm the liaison for the road department, so that all ties together.
Okay. That's fine.
I've already made friends with some of the guys in ODOT, and I've attended some of those meetings with Christensen.
Okay.
So I think that relationship's already forged, where I can move forward comfortably with that.
Okay.
By the way, they're meeting this Friday.
All right, so we want to, I'll say this, let me make a motion to approve the liaison list and the committees and boards requiring appointment list per the changes of Southwest Area Commission and Transportation SWAC to be moved to me. Charter cable franchise will be stricken until we find out under the new ownership if we're still required to be with them. And then, of course, we'll bring our Parks Department in for the next meeting, and you can discuss with him at that time if there's going to be a change, and then at that time the board can make that change.
Okay.
So that's the motion.
I'll second that.
I needed to withdraw my motion, I think, didn't I? Probably. Did. I just officially did.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Gold seconded that.
You have a second? Further discussion? Roll, please.
Commissioner Gold.
Aye.
Vice Chair Boyce.
Yes.
Chair Pash.
Aye.
Motion carried unanimously.
All right, next we have H, review and discuss Fair Board Services Agreement. Council Huddle.
Oh, thank you. So we've heard about the Fair Board and the agreement, and the agreement's in your packet. If you look at the last page of the agreement, let me see if I've got well, it's just on the last, if you scroll down to the end of the agreement, it basically says this agreement, it's number 15, this agreement is binding on the parties and can only be amended by the concurrence of both parties. This document shall be reviewed annually. There has been a request by the Fair Board. It was delivered to me by their chair, Bob Chibani, who's here, and he's available to talk to the board about it. I think the board could, if they wanted to, decide on this today. I only had it as a discussion item to give the board and the Fair Board options to see whether they wanted to look at more of the agreement than just the proposed amendment. But just before you is a proposed amendment. That's on the next page down, page 7 of the packet. And what, if you recall, for county employees, so essentially under this MOU, we contract with the fair to use legal for contracting and personnel and HR for personnel. But these employees are fair employees, but they have agreed to use our personnel regs. And our personnel regs require criminal background checks on all of our employees, and they have asked to be, because they have a lot of volunteers, and I think since they're volunteers, they don't get paid, but they would have to pay for the background check. And so they've asked to be excused from that. I'll let Bob Chibani talk about it if the board wants to hear from him.
Mr. Giovanti? I will say, as a liaison for the fair too, I was at those meetings, so I was present during that discussion. But if you'd like to just kind of summarize for the board what you'd like to see.
Yeah, summarize the discussion is we brought it up for the background investigations, and it was determined that if it would create an undue burden to the fair itself if we had all the volunteers, because you can envision somebody's coming in And I'm a volunteer to do the superintendent in the photo, when I have to get a background check for not getting paid, see you later out the door. So it would really be detrimental to everything we get done. So when we asked for the amendment, we did include it to say that the paid employees are not part of this exemption. This is only the volunteers. And the 4-H department, who are the ones that work with children and stuff to do that, they all have their own background checks already to do that. So this would be just, you have a volunteer to come up to help clean up the fairgrounds before they get it ready. Well, technically it would say, well, you have to sign this paper, which we're asking them to sign the paper for the volunteer stuff still. But now you have to do a background check to come in to help us for 2 hours to sweep the parking lot. So it's kind of be detrimental to that. So that's the thing.
Wasn't your board's discussion also including anyone that could be alone with a child
Yes.
would have to have a background check?
That is correct. So if we happen to set up a section that would say, we'll have a child care section or a child entertainment section, that person would have to be covered by this as well. So we would definitely make sure to do that because we're all one for the best of the safety to do that.
Anyone have anything further for Mr. Gibante?
I can certainly understand where you're coming from, and I am for making sure that the children are safe. So as long as you're making that exemption and making sure that those folks that are working with children are getting that background check, I'm fine with it.
Yeah, I think that was spelled out.
It's sort of, I don't know if it's exactly spelled out, but what it does say is the request of the Curry County Fair Board is relieved from requiring and obtaining mandatory criminal background checks. So in other words, and for fair facility volunteers, it doesn't talk about unless they're with children or something, but it sounds like you all will create on a case-by-case basis or some kind of guidelines for when you will or won't require it, but you just don't want to do it for everyone.
That is correct.
Okay.
So would you be willing to, if we approve this, to amend this document to say, to put that language in there?
Yeah, with the assistance of county council, we can have that language correctly written, so we're all good.
So what we would do is then bring back the actual, probably the whole agreement with the revision or the actual revision and run it by both boards again before bringing it for final adoption.
Yeah, and that's what it would be. Say we'd have to take it to the board. It's not my decision to make, but yeah, I would see it would be amenable to bring that in, and it makes sense.
I just think it's important that we clarify that in the language of the contract so that there's no ambiguity.
Yeah, and that's what it's just to make sure everything gets done. We're not looking at, trying to sidestep anything, but you can see in this day and age where everybody's worried about stuff, says, well, I'm helping you for 3 hours on Wednesday. I don't think I need to spend whatever it is to do the background check.
I absolutely understand that.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, sir. So we're going to...
You'll direct staff and legal counsel to work with the Fair Board to draft an amendment that includes the comments and discussion today.
So noted. All right, moving on to commissioner updates. Commissioner Boyce.
Start the clock, my friend. Go back to Mr. Barnes's request. I think that was pretty timely. Whoops. I have no idea what just happened there. Here we go. So I'll skip the funding that I've been working on for all 3 years. Maybe another time would be more appropriate. But let's start with the meetings. Do I go to meetings just so I can feel good about going to meetings? My gosh. Curry Wildfire Prevention, I'll make this pretty brief, Mr. Chair. That's 25 meetings in 3 years. I've stated over and over, I think the biggest risk that Curry County has is catastrophic mega fire, and the fuel we have here is just, I don't need to repeat it. AOC counties, I've worked with that board on payment in lieu of taxes. I could just refer to one thing real quick here. Worked with Greg Walden, AOC, AOCC, certainly the two senators. 1.7 million we got in 2018, 2019, 1.6. In contrast, my first year here, we got $263,000. There's a good list here to justify the time that this county sends me out to travel. AOC, the legislative committee, we just had that discussion, and I'll gladly give that up if somebody changes their mind. I think that's something all commissioners should really be involved with. Sudden Oak Task Force, I've also stated publicly, this is the one thing that keeps me up at night. 15 meetings. I'm probably going to miss the fishing meeting on the 21st because I have an all-day meeting in Bandon on this very important issue and the fuel that, just that entire program. Southern Oregon Workers Investment Board, I have reported to the Commission Board here on occasion. I'm just really glad to be able to participate. There's one former commissioner on here and some other really good people, and they're making progress. Forest Collaborative, that's part of the reason I went back to Washington, D.C., more on that later. 11 meetings there, local public safety coordinating council. I hate to miss those meetings. There's some real, we're represented by the district attorney's office, certainly law enforcement, state police, sheriff's department, city officers, parole and probation. Tomorrow's a meeting on that, and I'll be there because we have a pretty good, well-noted speaker. What do I need to say about the Governor's Fire Response Council? 8 meetings. A couple of times I was able to call in. I'm very appreciative of the work that was gained by that, and seeing the state, the local, the federal people come together and understand the risk in Oregon, it just goes without saying. It is just a tremendous positive impact, and there also are some incredible people here, very diverse. The Rogue Siskiyou Regional Fire and Emergency Training Center. I practically ran to Director Smelser's office last night and said, hey, I just heard from Senator Merkley's office. The senator's going directly to the governor in the next week or so. And I sent him a bunch of information in his office to ask for the $800,000 from the state. Plus, we'll get his support down the road, and he's also working with Wyden's office. The $800,000 we need to buy the 157 acres for this training center. So that is just a huge positive for us.
That would be great.
Yeah, the Curry County Weed Advisory Board. I wish I had more time to spend on that. When you talk about gorse moving into North County, you talk about Himalaya blackberries, pampas grass, Scotch broom. My gosh, I have to be there. Somebody has to be there to represent this county and see how we can combat this. I had a meeting with Rich Fairbanks in Bandon, 2 weeks ago on the gorse and the efforts they're making there to overcome that and how it affects the North County. Certainly you've seen it in Brookings. More on that later. Where am I? We already talked about the Southwest Area Commission on Transportation, what that means for our county, that the federal highway, the state highway responsibilities, Travel Southern Oregon Coast Board member. That's a fun one. And I've been in tourism all my life, so I hope I'm able to contribute something there. And I believe I do. Likewise, I'm very impressed with the level of expertise on that board. I had the pleasure of taking the director of Oregon Tourism floated down the river 20 years ago, and it's just been a good thing. And they have a lot of funds too, and I'm thankful for that. The Oregon Coastal Zone, I didn't want to get on this commission, but my friend David Yamamoto from Tillamook County, he says, Court, you got to be on this. And so we're looking at the well issues, we're looking at the fishing, commercial fishing and issues, we're looking at offshore wind, we're looking at just matching up with the 7 Oregon coastal counties. Some good progress there. I can give more detail down the road if the board and the public would like. The District 4 chair, they were here in September. Being with the other commissioners, what can I say? All of them are very helpful to Curry County, and we're finally starting to be in a position where we're able to help them and new commissioners on occasion. The Oregon Coast Energy Alliance Network and the Bureau of Ocean Energy Management, this is for offshore wind. I'm watching very close. I do not support offshore wind yet. I may not at all, but it is a tremendous amount of, they refer to it as renewable marine energy. And so if the county's not deeply involved in this, then we could get steamrolled and have no say. So through these two, this is a federal agency, and, the Bureau of Ocean Emergency Management, and the Ocean Coast Energy Alliance is basically Coos and Curry counties, and some very good people that essentially moved from the offshore wind energy forum we had at SWAC on December 7th. This is a personal board here, the foundation, that I'm very thankful to be able to participate. The citizens are encouraged to call me anytime. Thank you, Mr. Oh, and then the Suicide Council, I'm very interested to serve on that at the pleasure of the board. Thank you.
Commissioner Gold.
Well, I attended an all-care meeting last week. I was very impressed with the group that was there. This is the it's an advisory committee, and that committee is the committee that determines which entities get grants, and the people that come there have to present their information. And the committee is composed of at least 51% of the people that are served by AllCare, which I thought was rather interesting. It's not just high mucky mucks determining what goes on. And so they had some very insightful comments, and I was very impressed with what was going on there. I also attended a CTR meeting this morning, and right now they're focusing on RV parks to do recycling. And at this point, there's a lot of educating going on because people in RV parks are just used to just dumping their garbage anywhere, not anywhere, but in the bins rather than both places, the recycling and so forth. And also they're interested in getting a link to our website to go to the CTR website. And on that website you can get their app, which is good. And also we talked a little bit about, there was the person from DEQ that was talking about saving food and ways to store food so that, not just saving food, but you know, there's so much waste in food. And so that people could store their food in the best way possible so there's not so much waste. And I asked them if they could put that on their website also. That's the CTR website, so people can get that information. So that's pretty much it. Thank you.
Well, I'd like to say Happy New Year to everyone out there, and just hopefully we can have a positive and attitude this year and get a lot of work done. We've got another year with this board in place, and I am excited to work with everyone. Ms. Schmelzer continues to impress with all the hats that she wears. As many of you in the county may or may not know, we have had some issues with Curry Community Health, and I will not get into too much of it because of ongoing litigation, but there are some issues that we are facing, and I want the county to be aware of that. And we will promise you one thing. The citizens of the county will not go without the health services. We've been in constant contact with the Public Health Division and the forces that be to help make sure that health care gets taken care of in our county. And Ms. Schmelzer's been leading that. And I applaud you for taking on the challenges that you're taking on with that. And the many hats that you're wearing. My trip to Washington for the National Legislative Council for NACO will happen the end of February. We have made a stride that I think will benefit the citizens of Curry County. David Barnhart, who is the Secretary of the Interior, has agreed to meet with me and talk about Curry County and the Rogue River, the Chetco River, and all the rivers in the county, and the inordinate amount of rock and gravel that is in them, sediment. The fishing that's here. I've spoken with his office several times about this, and he's an avid outdoorsman, and we've invited him to come to the county and do some fishing and whitewater things, events here in the county. He's also an avid hunter. Maybe our sheriff would like to take him out shooting one day or something, but it'd be fun to have the Secretary of the Interior in Curry County. I'm not saying that he'll come, but I am certainly going to shake his hand in the beginning of March and invite him to do that. And hopefully we can get some issues that are pressing Curry County and the rivers, some of the fish issues that we have. some of the issues with the Army Corps of Engineers, that we can get them out on the table and start to develop that relationship and get some of this repaired and get the rock out of our rivers. So that's basically all I have. Again, I'd like to thank staff for this last year. We've gone through so many changes. We've got Summer Madison back, Miss Wisconsin.
Did you call her?
Well, Madison, Wisconsin.
Oh, I got it.
That's how to
Okay.
say the name, because I always messed it up, call her Madison. But we've got some of our staff members back, and it's good to see our sheriff's department budgeted properly and have the opportunity to offer your deputies what they need and offer the citizens of this county the security and safety that they need. So again, I'd like to thank everyone for this past year, and I look forward to the year coming. And with that, we are going to adjourn this meeting and enter into executive session per ORS 1926602D, 1926602F, 19660-2A.
And could we add H, litigation?
And 1926602H, litigation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And we will come back in after we are through executive session. So with that, this meeting is in recess. So we'll take
If yours is the next big idea, and you need the right place to fine-tune it, build it, launch it, if you're only your best when you can play more than you work, if inspiration comes from the outside, you belong in Curry County. The westernmost point of the land you love, and the edge between familiar and uncharted. Break the pattern. Be where the airports are as close as the beaches, and industry and recreation never cease to amaze. Dock, dive, and dine in a single day, and never lose your connection. This is the threshold of the West. Live where you can do you, and do it well, at the farthest point from ordinary. Curry County, living on the edge.
One of the things I really appreciate about our entire region is that we embrace who we are, and I think that's what unifies us. Once the timber and fishing industries collapsed, it took us a long time to get back on our feet. People didn't quite grasp the idea that once these jobs left, they weren't going to get other family wage jobs, and it crippled us.
Things were getting really dire. So we just saw that this was an opportunity to maybe look at that public land a little differently and how it could bring more dollars into our region.
The Wild Rivers Coast is so unique because there are more wild and scenic rivers here than anywhere else in the lower 48 states. The scenic beauty is just amazing. There's so many different places to go, from the national forest down to the protected ocean, and it's just a really special place.
I guess I didn't really know how special it was, though, until I moved away to Portland and came back and saw all the potential here.
We're uncrowded, we're unspoiled, and we're a little difficult to get to, but my God, once you come here, you fall in love.
We just thought if we could pull people to come into this Wild Rivers Coast and stay longer and explore a little farther into our backcountry, there was a lot of opportunities for them to experience.
I think our whole future is at stake here. This area is ready to go. We just need to give it a little kick in the butt.
I'm going to be honest, when the Rural Tourism Studio came here, I was skeptical because I didn't see far enough ahead that we actually could collaborate regionally, and I'm pleasantly surprised. It's been amazing.
The Rural Tourism Studios was the first time we were able to come together as a region to talk about the future of our economy.
If we can have a strong tourism economy in this area, it's going to benefit the whole community.
We have to rely on ourselves, and I think through this program, it's sort of opened our eyes to what we could do when we work together. Community leaders really focused on 3 areas: outdoor recreation, food and agricultural tourism, and really building community relationships.
In our area, a lot of the food that's grown all gets shipped away. And so now we're realizing that we can capture some of that local food that's grown here. The Eat Fresh and Local Action Team has hosted a series of networking events bringing together the area growers with the area vendors so that we could have more local food available to the visitors to our area. And now we're seeing more local food in our grocery stores, in our restaurants, and we have a new local food co-op.
We created a farm trail from Bandon to Port Orford. We did 9 U-Pick farms, and it just gained traction, and people loved it.
Langlois is less than 500 people. It's very small. So we have to bring in tourists. And being on the farm trail, even though it's just beginning, has really helped do that. We really want to make it a destination for anybody. My mom and I began Dragonfly Farm just 3 years ago. When I found out that I could grow a seed and turn that into food, it was like, oh my gosh, why wouldn't you do this? I just quit my day job and I just signed the paper to be an official co-owner of the farm. This is what I want to do for the rest of my life and grow with the community.
Out of the Outdoor Recreation Action Team, we came up with a series of maps that show where the best places to go recreate are. We know where we're going to send people now, and we got a great map that shows all the best places to go see.
For us to get a mapping project done to this extent is pretty impressive. We're patting ourselves on the back. I don't know if anybody else is, but we're doing it.
From that, we decided that there was some places that needed help, so we came up with a mountain bike plan, and we also worked on designating a state scenic bikeway. The Outdoor Recreation Action Team was also looking at how we can make scuba diving better in this area. So we came up with the idea for a scuba fill station. So now people that want to come and dive in this area, they can dive for multiple days because they can get their tanks filled up again. When I started the Rural Tourism Studio, my business, South Coast Tours, was really small. And now we've grown to about 5 or 6 guides, and we're doing tours all over from Brookings all the way up to Coos Bay.
Overall, tourism is on the rise here. We've had a bang-up last 2 years, and it's like a breath of fresh air down here.
My hope for the area is that we still keep that sense of place.
Loving a place to death is a big concern that I have, and it's a balance. We're going to promote tourism, but we want to do it in a sustainable way. One of the biggest reasons that this area has been so successful since the tourism studio is the people that are involved. We have a lot of great, motivated, smart people who understand the need to promote tourism in the right way, and it's really all about the people.
When you live in a rural community like we do, from Bandon down to Brookings, and you're strapped for cash, relationships are crucial.
As a community, I think you need to come together and find out what your mission and goals are collectively. Then you can work into smaller groups, knowing that you have the backing of the whole community behind you.
As long as everybody's just super excited about it and passionate about what they're doing and they can work together, then anything's possible.
Own what you have and don't try to be something that you're not. It's going to be hard. It's going to take a long time. So roll up your sleeves and just dig in with an open mind.
What draws you to the Oregon coast? Is it the green and blue surf on a brilliant sunny day, or angry boiling waves during a raging winter storm? Do you prefer quiet coves or powerful breakers churning the sand? How about sand castles? Do you come for the rising tide or the setting sun, to marvel at whales gliding through the sea or flying in the sky? Reasons to travel the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway are as far-reaching as your imagination. This is a spectacular part of Oregon that traces the entire coastline along Highway 101, guiding you to the sea and away again, to coastal towns big and small, lowland marshes, and breathtaking overlooks. It's a long byway stretching from the mouth of the Columbia River to the California border, 363 miles in all of some of the most unblemished, awe-inspiring seascapes you'll find anywhere. In addition to its designation as a scenic byway, Highway 101 in Oregon also has been selected as an all-American road. That means when you come here, you will experience one of only 31 roads considered to be the best of the best in America.
You know, when people come to the Oregon coast, they're really astonished how beautiful it is. And what separates it from many of the other places in North America that are coastal is how undeveloped it is. And that's because Oregon had a very far-sighted land use program back in the 1970s. We have all these wonderful state parks along the scenic byway that are perfect places to stop and enjoy nature in a relatively unspoiled way.
From the north, you begin in Astoria, the first permanent European settlement in the Pacific Northwest. It's a genuine maritime community with ship traffic from around the world seeking harbor up the Columbia. The official State Maritime Museum of Oregon sits here on the river. Beautiful Victorian houses dot the hillside. And standing 600 feet above sea level is the 125-foot Astoria Column. It features a hand-painted spiral frieze that would stretch over 500 feet if unwound. Heading south, you'll find the community of Seaside, a popular vacation spot that offers miles of public beaches, an oceanfront promenade, and a downtown core packed with restaurants, shops, and even a beach-type arcade. Cannon Beach is home to one of Oregon's most photographed natural wonders, Haystack Rock. Get your shots from the beach, or take a short drive up to Ecola State Park and look down on this 235-foot work of art. The picturesque small town is filled with art galleries, shops, and cafes. Ready for more? 10 miles to the south, this is the view from Cape Falcon. You're 700 feet above the Pacific. Here, the Pacific Coast Byway has been carved out of Neahkahnie Mountain and held in place by stone walls built in the 1930s by craftsmen in the Civilian Conservation Corps. Upon descending the mountain, the highway drifts inward around Tillamook Bay to Tillamook, the unofficial dairy capital of Oregon. The verdant valley of dairy farms in this area produces 25 million gallons of milk annually. Much of that is processed into natural cheddar cheese. And near more than 800 miles of navigable waters, Tillamook is a crossroads for North Coast recreation. From here, you owe it to yourself to veer off Highway 101 to explore the Three Capes Scenic Loop. This drive places you right at the beach, beginning with Cape Mears, home to the shortest lighthouse in Oregon. 9 lighthouses stand sentinel along Oregon's coastline. They're monuments to our maritime heritage, towering links to the past, and as much a part of the rugged Oregon coastal landscape as any offshore monolith. The Cape Mears Lighthouse was first illuminated in 1890. Oregon's oldest lighthouse is at Cape Blanco, the westernmost point in the state. It was commissioned in 1870 to aid shipping generated by gold mining and the lumber industry. The 93-foot-high Yaquina Head Lighthouse is the tallest in Oregon. Today, its automated light continues to aid navigation at the entrance to Yaquina Bay. Many of the lighthouses are open to the public. Most happen to be excellent places to view nesting seabirds and offshore sea life. Tide pools, those rocky areas between high and low tides, support unique and diverse plants and animals. Vast amounts of colorful, otherworldly creatures wait to be discovered. But walk cautiously. These organisms are tough enough to withstand the pounding surf, but are utterly vulnerable to human activity. Wildlife and sea life abound on the coast.
There are 6 national wildlife refuges along the Oregon coast. The Pacific Coast Scenic Byway bisects these refuges or goes alongside them. It provides you the opportunity to see a wide variety of abundant wildlife, including seabirds, seals and sea lions, deer and elk, and many other wildlife.
Cape Kiwanda lies at the southern end of the Three Capes Scenic Loop, near the town of Pacific City. Here you'll find a second haystack rock on the byway. Hike up the dune to marvel at stunning views of sandstone formations as they turn yellow, gold, or even red in the changing sunlight. If your timing is right, you'll spot one or two of the dory fleet sprint onto the beach after a day of fishing. How's this for a dinner setting? Restaurants along the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway accommodate just about any taste. Many serve an ocean view with every meal. Up and down the coast, you'll find seafood, of course, but don't limit yourself just because you're by the water. The Central Coast begins around Lincoln City, which is one of the larger communities on the byway. It has a reputation for being windy and was recognized by Kite Lines magazine as the best place to fly a kite in North America. It was incorporated from several small towns, and as a result, offers a sandy beach that is 7.5 miles long. A number of small state parks lie nestled along the ocean between Lincoln City and Newport. Stop, get out of your car, and take in the commanding views that are there, right next to your all-American road. Depot Bay boasts the world's smallest navigable harbor, 6 square acres in all. A seawall runs the length of the downtown, so everywhere you go, you're rewarded with a dramatic view of the Pacific. It's considered Oregon's whale-watching capital, with thousands making their way past Oregon each fall and spring. Fishing and whale-watching excursions regularly set sail from this little harbor. Leaving Depot Bay, you'll soon find yourself at Cape Foulweather, a basalt outcropping that looms 500 feet above the water. It was here, in 1778, British Captain James Cook first sighted the mainland of North America on the Pacific coast. A fierce storm that almost put an end to his expedition earned this rugged stretch of coastline its name. Coastal weather can change by the hour. You will find a lot of wet days, but rain can become blue sky with white clouds in an afternoon. Mist kissing the headlands burns away, or storms can last for days. Some people come for those storms. Whether you find sunbursts of happiness or cloud cover like a quilt, there's always a reason to come back. Like Lincoln City, Newport is one of the larger towns on the byway. The historic bayfront on the north side of Yaquina Bay hosts one of Oregon's largest commercial fishing fleets. It has a busy, genuine working waterfront feel, with fish plants and boats coming and going from as far away as Alaska. On the south side of the bay is the Oregon Coast Aquarium. Share waters beneath the ocean with sharks and rays. And don't miss the sea otters at mealtime.
All 4 of our otters were rescued otters. They were found out in the wild.
For the next 50 miles, your trip along Highway 101 hugs the coast. Many more state parks offer opportunities to stop and take in outstanding vistas, crashing waves, and offshore rock formations. 2 small towns of note are Waldport and Yachats. Waldport sits on Alsea Bay, where fishing, clamming, and crabbing are popular. The 40-mile stretch south of Waldport marks steep headlands, jagged volcanic outcrops, and jaw-dropping scenery, the rugged edge of the Oregon coast. Yachats is a quiet, unhurried artist town just a couple of miles north of Cape Perpetua. Drive to the top of this bluff, and you'll be 800 feet above the water. On a clear day, you can see 70 miles of Oregon coastline. Drive past Heceta Head Lighthouse to the Sea Lion Caves. A quick elevator ride 200 feet down puts you in America's largest sea cave, the year-round home of wild stellar sea lions. Rugged cliffs give way to graceful beaches as you approach Florence. In the spring, be on the lookout for wild rhododendrons along the roadsides. Similar to Newport, you'll find an historic Old Town commercial district along the Siuslaw River. Florence is the gateway to the Oregon Dunes National Recreation Area, a 47-mile sandbox of wind-sculpted sand dunes towering 500 feet above sea level. These are the largest expanse of coastal sand dunes in North America. Reedsport is at the center of the Oregon Dunes, but you can do more than ride a dune buggy or motorcycle. A short 3 miles east of town on Highway 38, More than 100 Roosevelt elk reside at the Dean Creek Elk Viewing Area. Early mornings or just before dusk are the best times to photograph the herd. Paying homage to Oregon's timber heritage, Reedsport hosts an annual Chainsaw Sculpting Championship, a time to watch three-dimensional artwork come to life right before your eyes. Mountains of sand continue at Winchester Bay. You'll also find an active marina here. It's a great place to try your hand at crabbing or take a charter for salmon or bottom fishing. The dunes end and you enter the coast's largest urban area at Coos Bay. It has the deepest natural harbor between Seattle and San Francisco. Foreign vessels sail under the massive McCullough Bridge. You may have noticed, dotted along the Pacific Coast Scenic Byway are many beautiful and iconic bridges. The Megler Bridge in Astoria, Yaquina Bay Bridge in Newport, Alsea Bay Bridge in Waldport, Siuslaw River Bridge in Florence, and the magnificent McCullough Bridge in Coos Bay are works of art in their own right. Charleston is slightly off the byway at the mouth of the bay. It was once an old waterfront fishing village and has become a commercial and sport fishing center. From here, the Charleston to Bandon tour route offers another side trip off the byway. It's a wonderful way to explore a variety of natural Pacific Coast beauty in a number of settings: beaches, vistas, gardens, and more. Giant sea stacks, a tiny lighthouse, and an old town await you in Bandon. Do you like to golf? This remote area on the Oregon coast has not one, but three of the most stunning and challenging golf courses in the world. As you drive south of town, look for brilliant red bogs in the fall. You're passing through the cranberry capital of Oregon. After a trek through forests and farmlands, you'll reach Port Orford. The wild coast has begun. You're in the most westerly city in the continental United States, and you've reached some of the most awesome scenery on the byway. Here you can watch a fishing fleet launched by crane in one of only 6 dolly ports in the world. Port Orford covers less than 2 square miles. It's similar to many communities that call this all-American road home. Small in size, still with a lot to offer. Like Manzanita, with a vibrant business district and beautiful setting at the base of Neahkahnie Mountain. You can board a fishing charter out of Garibaldi, swim in freshwater lakes near Dune City, catch world-class windsurfing at Pistol River. There's little development from Port Orford to Gold Beach, outlet for the renowned Rogue River. Feel like going for a ride? Jet boat excursions run from May into October up this wild and scenic river. Or maybe a midday walk on an uncrowded beach is more your speed. The last dozen miles of the Pacific Coast Byway leading into Brookings save some of the best for last. Treat yourself to frequent stops along the Samuel H. Boardman Scenic Corridor. Short hikes reward you with the best views in this shining stretch of coastline. Walk, relax, and be amazed along the coves and the crashing surf. The world's northernmost redwood grove is 8 miles from the mouth of the Chetco River in Brookings. So, you've toured nature's finest art museum. You've dined elegantly, hung out with sea lions, unwound like you wish you could every day. What else is there to do? Step back in history near Astoria. Ride a horse along the waves near Florence. Pet a baby tiger near Bandon. Hike a trail, sample gourmet cheese, eat fresh-caught crab, watch a sunset.
When you come to the Oregon coast and walk on the beaches or go to the headlands and go to the small coastal towns, you really can commune with nature, and you don't have huge numbers of people, but you're also able to take in one of America's last great unspoiled seascapes.
So what draws you to the Oregon coast? What favorite places lure you back again and again? Each visit is different. The ocean, the sky, the light, and the experience always continue to amaze. Shouldn't you be there?
Wildfire, as everyone knows, has emerged as one of the big major issues affecting Oregon and, for that matter, all western states. A real actionable response that's including how do we fight fire, actively managing our forests so that we don't have the fuels out there, and how are we going to protect communities from smoke exposures. The council is really set up to have a comprehensive strategy that's based on action and based on protecting our communities.
The primary focus we as a board have come through with is that in researching the policies for fire management, yes, prescribed fire has its place on the landscape, but not during fire season. We, as a county, passed a proclamation that says once the state fire marshal declares fire season, it'll be nothing but full suppression, and recently took a resolution to the National Association of Counties, essentially says that they support coordination between agencies and local governments for the health, safety, and welfare of the citizens regarding fire. Prescribed fire, fire season, anything that affects our citizens.
This is Lily Morgan from Josephine County, and we are at the Rogue Leadership Forum today, looking at the best possible partnerships that we can come up with to fight the fire issues and the smoke issues that we're facing in Southwest Oregon. So looking forward to coming up with solutions and the partnerships to get the job done so we don't face what we have the last few years with catastrophic fires and smoke that invades our communities for months to come. So this is a good opportunity, and we hope to be successful in the outcome.
Seeing so many people come together has really been exciting for me because there's a lot of expertise, there's a lot of resources, and as we attempt to do a shared stewardship approach to keeping people safe, it's really important that we get together. So my name is Merv George Jr., and I'm the Forest Supervisor for the Rogue River Siskiyou National Forest. One of the first things is making sure to get fires out if they're threatening life and property. The second thing that I'm going to focus in on is when it's safe to do so, to put some fire on the landscape when it's cooler and not during fire season, to reduce these same fuels that are giving us so much fits during the fire season.
Bob Horton, I'm the Fire Chief of Jackson County Fire District 3 in Southern Oregon. The challenges that are facing us in terms of the mega fires and the wildfires that we've been experiencing out in this valley, particularly in the last couple of years, but across the state and across the region, incredibly concerning to us in the fire community, those in our communities in general, our constituents and our patrons are extremely concerned as they ought to be. And really the takeaway from the work that's being done now is this is an extraordinary collaboration of dozens on dozens of interested stakeholder groups who are coming together with a common purpose. It's really an inspiring showing of humanity to not only be able to provide for a greater quality of life for our people, but to be strong stewards of our land so that our future for us and generations to come is incredibly bright.
Very pressing issue. It's bearing down on us. Fire season is approaching, and I am really interested in preventing my home and other homes in my community from being impacted by wildfire, specifically from being burnt down. That's my main reason for being involved.
Quite a collaboration of folks. We're here looking for practical solutions to help us unravel some of the issues surrounding wildfires today here in the state of Oregon. And my focus really is on planning for large wildfire events in advance of their occurrence. That way, when they do occur, we can respond more appropriately to those situations.
Well, I just think it's grand if all of the people all over the state have come together today to be concerned about water. It just warms my heart because I know that they really will leave here today feeling more impressed about the water, because I have told them that we're all born in water. We cannot live without it. It's our job to take care and stop the garbage in the rivers and streams and oceans, because there's life in that water, and it's our job to keep it clean for them. Because we cannot live on this planet without the animal kingdom. I was in Ohio at the Ohio River with Dr. Emoto, the Japanese scientist who had proven water could heal. He and I stood on the riverbank and rested the Ohio River that they had us come to do. And I prayed that God has still kept the river good for them over there. We were taught when we were little that prayer works. You too will remember your prayers because they work. It has nothing to do with religion or church.
There's something about having land and sea. Never having to choose between digging in or looking out. Here, you can go where the spirit or the wind moves you. To the tops of the trees, along secluded beaches, or into more wild and scenic rivers than anywhere else in the western United States. We're the closest place to the sunset while still keeping your feet dry, and a destination where anyone can begin. We share more than we keep, so you can see more than you imagined. This is a place you have to touch, hold, and feel to believe. The entire shoreline of the West Coast's best coast is open to you, and playgrounds made of forests are waiting for you. Escape to Curry County and don't leave anything out.
Roadway departure fatalities are a serious and often preventable problem in the United States. The Federal Highway Administration reports that 54% of all highway fatalities are caused by drivers leaving their lane of travel. The Oregon Department of Transportation is taking a proactive approach to reduce this kind of tragedy by implementing a centerline and shoulder rumble strip program.
Rumble strips are one of the most low-cost, cost-effective countermeasures that we can apply across the system.
Rumble strips are grooved patterns on the roadway that make a rumbling sound and a physical vibration, immediately warning inattentive drivers that they're leaving their driving lane. Rumble strips allow drivers to self-correct and avoid an accident.
About 67% of fatal crashes in Oregon are road departure crashes, which are a vehicle can leave the lane to the right and hit a ditch or a rock or a tree, something like that, or cross over the center line to the left and get in a head-on collision or a sideswipe median type crash.
Over an 8-year period, ODOT engineers studied segments of 16 different highways and concluded that rumble strips are highly effective at reducing lane departures.
We did a before and after crash analysis to find that we have reduced head-on fatalities by 40% with the installation of centerline rumble strips.
We've been trying to find a way to deal with a problem that seems to be increasing over the last 10 or 15 years with our drivers, and that's distracted driving. And there's a lot of things that cause distracted driving. All these distractions are things that make people take their attention away from where it should be.
Comparisons between other available safety features like guardrail and concrete barriers show that shoulder and centerline rumble strips are the most cost-effective safety treatment available.
We're finding that those are very effective in trying to make sure that when you do make that mistake, it's not the last mistake you make. They help bring your attention back to the driving task and bring you back to where you should be, focusing on being in the middle of your lane and being safe.
ODOT makes a conscious effort to use a bike-friendly rumble strip design where possible and installs 12-foot bike gaps every 48 feet of rumble strip. ODOT understands that rumble strips create a noise that can be disruptive for people who live near rural highways, and we're trying to address these concerns with different approaches.
For the noise, we're looking at some new designs. We're hoping that the new design rumble strip will be just as effective at saving people from making an error and much quieter, on the order of 10 times as quiet. And we're actually going to be installing our first full set of these style of rumble strips along 205 this summer.
So we recognize that noise is a concern, but one of the things I like to tell people is whenever you hear the sound of a rumble strip, it could be the sound of the life being saved of one of your loved ones.
Rumble strips are proven to save lives. The Oregon Department of Transportation is taking the lead in implementing the sound of safety.
Well, we're here with Commissioner Colleen Roberts.
for the monthly meeting of the ONC board, which Colleen sits on. Colleen, why don't you tell our audience a little bit about your mission and what you guys discuss at these monthly meetings?
Sure. Well, our ONC board is of the 18 counties in Oregon that have the ONC lands on their BLM federal lands. And we discuss everything about these lands. The ONC Act of 1937 is our primary focus, how the decisions that these lands get managed, do they match up with the congressional mandate of the ONC Act, and how we can better educate and help administer the care of these lands for the health and safety and welfare of the citizens that we represent.
I would imagine you discuss things like how many board feet can be taken out of the forest in different areas. Are these things that come up each month?
Yes, well, harvest timber management is a big part of our conversation, as is lately the fire issues.
We're here today with Commissioner Dan DeYoung of Josephine County. Dan, you have an important role on the ONC Lands Board, and we're here in beautiful Gold Beach, Oregon, discussing the monthly matters of ONC. What was your main focus at this meeting?
Today we had a really good sit down with two representatives from the BLM, and we work with BLM because actually the ONC lands are on BLM lands, and that's our concern. Mainly the ONC Board of Directors, which is a membership from all 18 counties. We always meet, I think it's bi-monthly, and then we have an annual meeting, and it's basically to discuss what the sign says: forest health, jobs, and county services. That the money coming from the sale of timber on ONC lands goes through the federal government. They take their share out of it and then return it back to the counties to be used for basically jobs, county services. A lot of county services, such as law enforcement, schools. There's just an awful lot of things that these individual counties can use the money for. But it's from the sale of timber on the ONC lands. ONC lands goes way back to 1937 with the ONC 1937 ONC Congressional Act and the ONC Act of 1937. We're just trying to get back to the actual verbiage and the language that's in that act. It's surprising to us how we can ignore a congressional act. That remains to be answered by the federal government. But that's what we want to get back to.
Hi there. I'm Tillamook County Commissioner Dave Yamamoto. I'm a member of the ONC Board and also the chair of the Council of Forest Trust Land Counties. And in Tillamook County, it's very important that we consider natural resource-based economies. So in Tillamook County, we have lots of dairy. I'm sure you're familiar with Tillamook Creamery, but also lots of state and federal timberlands. When it comes to federal timberlands in particular, everyone thinks that we're looking at timber revenue. And that's very important, but one side of the coin that people don't consider are the family wage jobs that come with all timber. It's not just the timber receipts that we get. These are family wage jobs, these are fully benefited jobs, whereas on the tourism side, the income is about a third of what we would consider a family wage job, and there are also no benefits with those. So timber receipts are very important, but it's the family wage jobs that they create at the same time, which are very important to counties like Tillamook.
Perfect. Keeping it real for families in Tillamook County.
Absolutely.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Yamamoto.
Thank you very much.
All right. We are here with County Commissioner Bob Main from Coos County, Oregon. And we've had the monthly meeting of ONC Lands here. And Mr. Main, Commissioner Main, I should say, tell us what your role is, Bob, on the ONC Lands Board.
I'm the Vice President of the ONC Association of Oregon Sea Counties.
Okay.
Consists of 18 ONC counties, Western Oregon counties.
Okay.
And we make sure that the counties receive their payments from those ONC lands that Congress designated for the sole purpose of those 18 ONC counties. For no other reason, Congress decided that when they took back the lands and took them off the tax roll, that the county should benefit from the harvest of those lands. Without that, the tax rates, like in my county, would be 2 to 3 times higher.
Oh, okay. So you help keep the tax rates down in your county by utilizing the full function of this congressional act.
Absolutely. Yes.
Okay, wonderful.
Thank you.
Well, thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Thank you. We are here with Oregon Curry County Commissioner Court Boyce. Thank you so much for taking a moment to speak with us.
Well, thank you. With the natural resource base that this state has, I've spent or spending better than half of my time as a county commissioner on those issues: fire management, public lands management, certainly natural resources, all of those. And so I'm often reminded that 250 years ago, the generations that came before us when they got here to Oregon, include Northern California, they found the greatest forest in all of North America, that produce the greatest watersheds, that produce the most pristine rivers, that give us the most, the highest quality of salmon and steelhead runs, arguably on the planet.
I love walking. It's what I do. So who better to share some tips to help keep your walk safe? Wait for the signal. Take in the sights and smells till you get the go-ahead to cross. Use intersections to cross, but when you can't, remember your training. Always look left, right, left. Show you want to cross and wait for all lanes of traffic to stop. And make eye contact so you know the driver sees you. Hi there. Good human. You get a treat when we get home.
How many letters?
5 letters.
Just think about, what am I doing right now?
Smile. Smile?
Uh-huh.
This is so easy.
Sign that doesn't have a rider on it, so we take our first step at this posted speed 11 to
Bob Weeks and Harley Bills are seeing more than their share of curvy roads these days. Their job is to drive every stretch of highway in Region 1 several times. All this driving back and forth.
All right, sounds good. The old limits were set back in the 1930s and 40s and were changed very little until just recently. So now our limits are taking into account newer vehicles, a little bit more aggressive driving style, and so those limits are going up.
And going up in a big way. This is Eric Leeming, a traffic devices engineer with ODOT. He's driving an ordinary car with some extraordinary tech on board. A GPS device that records data as he maneuvers every curve in the road. Back at his office, Eric can upload the data recorded in the car, and special software determines exactly the right speed for every curve, every time. Most speeds will increase by 5 to 10 miles per hour, but in some special cases, it's much higher.
The state has a deadline of 2019 from the Federal Highway Administration, but with 8,000 miles of roads to investigate and potentially thousands of signs to change, they're not wasting any time. They're getting out there right now.
Then we're going to the W113.
About 800 signs along this section.
That's a lot of signs.
It's a lot of signs. If it's a 35-mile-an-hour corner, you should be taking it at 35 miles an hour.
America's 3,069 county governments provide fundamental services for building healthy, safe, and vibrant communities. We are an intergovernmental partner, implementing federal and state policies at the local level, often under strict rules and funding constraints. County governments, through the National Association of Counties, engage federal policymakers on a range of issues like transportation, infrastructure, healthcare, public safety, and public lands management. All of these issues are vital to our nation's quality of life and our long-term prosperity. Decisions made by the White House, Congress, and federal courts have a major cascading impact on our ability to lead our communities and pursue a better future. Let's look at why federal policies matter to county government and why county government matters to America. Counties provide vital services that keep our communities thriving and secure. We own and maintain 45% of roads and 4 out of 10 bridges. We own more than a third of the airports and hundreds of hospitals and thousands of courthouses, jails, 911 call centers, and libraries. We play a critical role during emergencies like hurricanes, floods, and snowstorms. What if you called 911 and no one answered? What if you couldn't reach your medical facility because roads and bridges were in disrepair or never built? County governments are an indispensable part of the infrastructure and services that keep residents safe and connected. But with very limited revenue options under most state constitutions and laws, counties must make every penny count in order to fulfill federal and state mandates and required responsibilities. Nothing is more basic in our society than essential public facilities like schools, hospitals, airports, jails, bridges, and other infrastructure. Yet proposals have surfaced to eliminate or scale back tax-exempt municipal bonds. For over a century, municipal bonds have been the lifeblood for our nation's public infrastructure, helping finance more than $3.7 trillion in essential projects. If tax-exempt municipal bonds were eliminated or scaled back, county governments and our residents would face billions in new costs when financing vital facilities. Additionally, counties rely on MAP 21 and the Federal Highway Trust Fund to complement local transportation financing resources. With growing demands and mounting costs, we need a reliable federal partner to invest with us in our nation's economic growth and competitiveness. We need a long-term legislative solution with increased funding to ensure continued success in operating our nation's transportation system. Counties face further revenue losses each year because billions of dollars in e-commerce sales tax revenue isn't collected. The Marketplace Fairness Act would enable states and localities to collect existing, already owed taxes. It would also level the playing field between many internet retailers who don't collect sales taxes and Main Street businesses that do. County governments provide support services to federal public lands, touching 700 million annual visitors. We lead search and rescue operations, fight fires, protect the public's health, and maintain roads. Federal lands cover nearly 1/3 of the U.S. and impact 69% of counties. Because federal land is exempt from local property taxes, counties depend on PILT, the Payment in Lieu of Taxes program, to provide essential services. The Secure Rural Schools program provides assistance to rural counties and school districts affected by the decline in revenue from timber harvests on federal land. Decisions to cut or delay funding both programs undermine our ability to provide services and maintain public lands. Our intergovernmental partnerships don't end with legislation because counties also implement and comply with federal and state regulations. When considering environmental protections, we know our communities and care deeply about the environment. We need a stronger voice in shaping common-sense regulations that protect communities while also promoting economic growth. This is why NACO secured significant improvements to FEMA's flood insurance program and is pushing back on the waters of the U.S. proposed rule. our message. Federal policies matter to county government, and county government matters to America. Every level of government must work together to shape policies that improve the quality of life for all Americans. Whether it's building and maintaining infrastructure, providing essential services, or fostering economic growth, counties are on the front line serving their citizens. NACO stands ready to work with the administration and Congress to make our nation's communities healthier, safer, and more vibrant places to live and work.
Did you see Allison at lunch today? I'm gonna text her. I'm gonna text Allison. Hey, hold up, Matt's calling me. Matt's calling me. Hey, we got the food and we're on our way right now. Hey, who's coming, bro? You're the one who needs help.
Counties matter. Counties serve nearly every American every day. Urban, suburban, and rural, counties work with states, the federal government, and other public and private partners to keep our communities healthy, vibrant, and safe. Whether you're commuting to work or shipping goods around the globe, counties matter. Counties own and maintain 45% of the nation's roads and 4 out of 10 bridges. And we're involved in nearly a third of public airports and transit systems. Counties matter when Americans need us the most. Counties matter because we support smart, fair, and effective criminal justice systems. We help fund police and sheriff's departments. We own and operate local jails, 911 call centers, and mental health facilities. Counties create healthy communities. We invest more than $80 billion in hospitals and medical services each year. Counties matter because we invest in the lives of residents of all ages, improving their quality of life where they live and work. Counties are the building blocks of state, regional, and national economies. We support housing, recreation, and economic development. And we do so much more. From issuing birth certificates to administering elections, counties employ more than 3.5 million people. In total, we invest more than $500 billion in our residents and our communities every year. Counties provide essential services we all depend on every day. That's why counties matter.
Why do counties matter? Simple. Counties provide the services we all depend on. If you're concerned about crime, get a regular flu shot. Drive to work. Take public transportation. Or experience a natural disaster in your community. Chances are you benefit from county services. That's why counties matter. With America's system of federalism, counties are a key level of government, serving the people directly. So, do you vote? Had a recent hospital stay? Know someone in a nursing home? More reasons why counties matter. There are 3,069 counties across the country, with populations big and small. Most of us live and work in one. Even the nation's capital is considered a county. These county governments ensure that the food you eat in restaurants is safe. They care for the mentally ill, run court systems, build local economies, and operate 911 emergency systems. They manage parks and recreation facilities, and the list goes on. Thing is, counties serve the American people in so many ways, keeping our communities healthy, vibrant, safe, and fiscally sound. That's why counties matter.
Yeah, I just picked her up. We should be there in 20 minutes.
Who is it? Oh, it's him. Where is he?
I know. Yeah, I know.
When a large forest fire breaks out, potentially threatening lives, homes, wildlife, and thousands of acres of forest land, the news coverage is immediate and consistent. Interviews with homeowners, firefighters, medical aid providers, and others continues nonstop until the fire is sufficiently contained. At that point, the cameras are turned off, the interviews are over, and it's on to the next event. The images of catastrophic wildfire, with its ferocity and devastating impact on the land, hold the interest and attention of the public. However, there is an equally important story occurring on that same landscape after the fire is contained, mopped up, and finally declared out that the public seldom sees. The frequency and size of these mega fires on federal forest land has increased significantly over the last few decades. All too often, what is left in their wake is a vast sea of dead, charred trees. Unfortunately, because of a maze of confusing and often contradictory rules and regulations, very little rehabilitation or reforestation occurs after these fires. The result of this neglect in many cases is as devastating as the fire itself. Here's why. Even in the hottest, severe fires, most of the dead trees remain standing, the wood not damaged by the fire, still suitable and valuable for lumber. But as the insects move in, within months, the dead and dying trees begin to deteriorate and decompose. Eventually, all of the economic value is lost. What is not removed will decay, add fuel to an even greater future fire threat, and in the process, release the greenhouse gases that the trees gathered and stored during the centuries they were alive. When all of the trees across the tens of thousands of acres burned in each of these megafires are left to rot, millions of tons of destructive greenhouse gases are released into the upper atmosphere. These are the same volatile organic compounds that have been identified as some of the most damaging elements we can put into our air. In contrast, trees harvested soon after the fire is out drive the economic engine that employs people, provides revenue for the critical restoration and reforestation, and can provide dollars for local government services such as schools, public safety, health and social services, libraries, and good roads. When the harvested trees are made into lumber for homes, construction, and furniture, the carbon remains in storage instead of going up into the atmosphere. Dead and dying timber becomes a magnet for insect infestation. These infestations can be so large that they do not end with the burned forest, but progress into the surrounding green forest, killing even more trees, which then become even more fodder for the next fire. In absence of prompt active management and reforestation, invasive brush can dominate the landscape. That brush can retard and even prohibit the growth of the new forest and compound the fuel load for a future fire. When that fire does occur, the dense brush and dead, fallen trees on the ground create a firestorm, burning hotter and even more damaging to the soil than the first fire. These damaged soils can repel water, lack the nutrients and organic matter needed by seedlings, and hinder the ability of new trees to grow. While megafires can be so devastating, not all fires are bad. When the conditions are right, fire has been used for decades as an effective way to reduce fuels on the forest floor, burn back brush and dead grass to stimulate the new growth desired by wildlife, thinning out the younger, overstocked areas of our forests, and maintain the fire resiliency we seek. Controlled burning can be a powerful and useful tool used in the right places at the right time by the professionals we charge with managing these forests. The desired result is to lessen the potential for the large, devastating megafires we have been experiencing these past few decades. Recovery after megafires is not only possible, but can greatly expedite the restoration and creation of all of the benefits of a healthy forest ecosystem. One fine example is Oregon's Tillamook State Forest. After repeated massive fires in the mid-20th century, state, county government, private companies, and even school children worked together to restore and replant over 500 square miles of burned-over landscape. As a result of those efforts, today we have prime fish and wildlife habitat for salmon, trout, elk, and owls, plus camping, hiking and biking trails, healthy growing forests that gather and store carbon, and sustainable timber harvest that supports local economies, funds schools and local governments, and supports thousands of family wage jobs across the region. Without the vision of those state and local leaders just a few decades ago, very little, if any of this, would be possible today. Nearly every year for the past 20 years, we have watched millions of acres of our public forests burned by megafires. We spent hundreds of millions, even billions of dollars fighting them. Yet when the fire is out, a mere fraction of the killed trees and lost value is ever recovered, with little or no effort to restore the burned landscape. What can you do? Contact your elected federal, state, and local officials. Tell them these federal lands and once treasured forests are too valuable to simply walk away. Future generations are depending upon you to take action. For more information, visit us on Facebook at Communities for Healthy Forests.
If yours is the next big idea, and you need the right place to fine-tune it, build it, launch it, if you're only your best when you can play more than you work, if inspiration comes from the outside, you belong in Curry County. The westernmost point of the land you love, and the edge between familiar and uncharted. Break the pattern. Be where the airports are as close as the beaches, and industry and recreation never cease to amaze. Dock, dive, and dine in a single day, and never lose your connection. This is the threshold of the West. Live where you can do you, and do it well, at the farthest point from ordinary. Curry County, living on the edge.
One of the things I really appreciate about our entire region is that we embrace who we are, and I think that's what unifies us. Once the timber and fishing industries collapsed, it took us a long time to get back on our feet. People didn't quite grasp the idea that once these jobs left, they weren't going to get other family wage jobs, and it crippled us.
Things were getting really dire. So we just saw that this was an opportunity to maybe look at that public land a little differently and how it could bring more dollars into our region.
The Wild Rivers Coast is so unique because there are more wild and scenic rivers here than anywhere else in the lower 48 states. The scenic beauty is just amazing. There's so many different places to go, from the national forest down to the protected ocean, and it's just a really special place.
I guess I didn't really know how special it was, though, until I moved away to Portland and came back and saw all the potential here.
We're uncrowded, we're unspoiled, and we're a little difficult to get to, but my God, once you come here, you fall in love.
We just thought if we could pull people to come into this Wild Rivers coast and stay longer and explore a little farther into our backcountry, there was a lot of opportunities for them to experience.
I think our whole future is at stake here. This area is ready to go. We just need to give it a little kick in the butt.
I'm going to be honest, when the Rural Tourism Studio came here, I was skeptical because I didn't see far enough ahead that we actually could collaborate regionally, and I'm pleasantly surprised. It's been amazing.
The Rural Tourism Studios was the first time we were able to come together as a region to talk about the future of our economy.
If we can have a strong tourism economy in this area, it's going to benefit the whole community.
We have to rely on ourselves, and I think through this program, it's sort of opened our eyes to what we could do when we work together. Community leaders really focused on 3 areas: outdoor recreation, food and agricultural tourism, and really building community relationships.
In our area, a lot of the food that's grown all gets shipped away. And so now we're realizing that we can capture some of that local food that's grown here. The Eat Fresh and Local Action Team has hosted a series of networking events bringing together the area growers with the area vendors so that we could have more local food available to the visitors to our area. And now we're seeing more local food in our grocery stores, in our restaurants, and we have a new local food co-op.
We created a farm trail from Bandon to Port Orford. We did 9 U-Pick farms, and it just gained traction, and people loved it.
Langlois is less than 500 people. It's very small. So we have to bring in tourists. And being on the farm trail, even though it's just beginning, has really helped do that. We really want to make it a destination for anybody. My mom and I began Dragonfly Farm just 3 years ago. When I found out that I could grow a seed and turn that into food, it was like, oh my gosh, why wouldn't you do this? I just quit my day job and I just signed the paper to be an official co-owner of the farm. This is what I want to do for the rest of my life and grow with the community.
Out of the Outdoor Recreation Action Team, we came up with a series of maps that show where the best places to go recreate are. We know where we're going to send people now, and we got a great map that shows all the best places to go see.
For us to get a mapping project done to this extent is pretty impressive. We're patting ourselves on the back. I don't know anybody else is, but we're doing it.
From that, we decided that there was some places that needed help, so we came up with a mountain bike plan, and we also worked on designating a state scenic bikeway. The Outdoor Recreation Action Team was also looking at how we can make scuba diving better in this area. So we came up with the idea for a scuba fill station. So now people that want to come and dive in this area, they can dive for multiple days because they can get their tanks filled up again. When I started the Rural Tourism Studio, my business, South Coast Tours, was really small. And now we've grown to about 5 or 6 guides, and we're doing tours all over from Brookings all the way up to Coos Bay.
Overall, tourism is on the rise here. We've had a bang-up last 2 years, and it's like a breath of fresh air down here.
My hope for the area is that we still keep that sense of place.
Loving a place to death is a big concern that I have, and it's a balance. We're going to promote tourism, but we want to do it in a sustainable way. One of the biggest reasons that this area has been so successful since the Tourism Studio is the people that are involved. We have a lot of great, motivated, smart people who understand the need to promote tourism in the right way, and it's really all about the people.
When you live in a rural community like we do, from Bandon down to Brookings, and you're strapped for cash, relationships are crucial.
As a community, I think you need to come together and find out what your mission and goals are collectively. Then you can work into smaller groups, knowing that you have the backing of the whole community behind you.
As long as everybody's just super excited about it and passionate about what they're doing and they can work together, then anything's possible.
own what you have and don't try to be something that you're not. It's gonna be hard. It's gonna take a long time. So roll up your sleeves and just dig in with an open mind.
What draws you to the Oregon coast? Is it the green and blue surf on a brilliant sunny day, or angry, boiling waves during a raging winter storm? Do you prefer quiet coves or powerful breakers churning the sand? How about sand castles? Do you come for the rising tide or the setting sun, to marvel at whales gliding through the sea or flying in the sky? Reasons to travel the Pacific Coast Scenic.
All right, we are back in session. It is 2:11 on January 8th, 2020. After leaving executive session, we are to proceed, staff is to proceed as directed from executive session. This meeting is adjourned. You said 2:11. No, you said 2:11. You meant 12:11.
I brought copies of this. This is the script. So I've got copies here for you when you're ready for work session. Okay. Can I just have that now? Okay. Oh, yes.
All right, hello everyone. Today is Wednesday, December 18th, and this is the meeting of the House Special Committee on Conduct. And we are going to start today's meeting with a couple of housekeeping things. One of them is just to know for everyone in the audience and who might be watching online to know that this video, as with all public hearings, this video is currently being live streamed online on the OLIS website, and the video will be available afterwards as well. The second housekeeping thing is I asked Jan Nordlund, our LPRO analyst, to put together a memo that describes the committee's responsibilities under the new version of Rule 27. And the reason why I did this is the first hearing that we were going to have as a committee that is operating under the new rules. And our responsibilities as a committee are a little bit different than they were under the old rules. So I'd love to give it a few minutes to...
Chair and committee members, so this memo is out on OLIS, and I emailed it to you. I have a paper copy here if anybody cares for one. But I want to point out that now that in November, the Joint Conduct Committee met and appointed the equity officer. And at that point, when the notification was made to the presiding officers of the appointment, that is when all sections of HCR 20, Rule 27 became operational. And the memo outlines the processes that the committee is going to follow and the duties of the committee under 3 different scenarios. And I'm going to focus on the scenario of when a legislator is the respondent, because that is the complaint that you have before you today. So Rule 27, the new rule, HCR 20, when the respondent is a legislator, you're going to receive the investigator's final report, and the respondent and the complainant receive that final report as well. In the final report, you'll find the factual findings made by the investigator, and you will not find any conclusions or recommendations of the investigator, except in this report, because of the timing of this report, it was being prepared before all sections of Rule 27 became operational. It was already a draft report and out for review with the parties. So in the report that you have today, you'll see conclusions and recommendations. But the duties of the committee under the new rule are those 3 bulleted items. The committee today, if it's ready, will be making a final determination of facts. They'll make a final determination of whether the facts constitute a violation of the rule. And then if it was found that there is a violation, then the committee can prescribe or recommend remedies. Something that's different in this rule is the short time frame in which to meet. So when the committee receives the final report from the investigator, there are 14 days in which the committee can meet. But in reality, there's only really 7 days because the parties are given an opportunity to make a challenge. So the committee would have to really meet in the last week of that 2-week time period. And so that's quite different than the old rules. So if you get a request for a meeting and it seems kind of a short time frame, that's because this new rule is requiring you to meet within the 14 days. In the hearing, the committee has to allow the complainant and the respondent to appear. They can present documents and physical evidence, and they can suggest witnesses be called. And the committee can determine whether to hear those witnesses, and only the committees are going to be allowed to ask questions of the witnesses. And the rule has been interpreted to only allow parties of the complaint to submit materials for the meeting materials that go on OLIS. They have to come through a party of the complaint. And so I have received for this meeting, I think I just received one document through OLIS and responded back to that person and said that we will receive it if it comes through a party, the complainant or the respondent, and if the material in that document is germane to the complaint. So that's an interpretation of the rule. And then imposing remedial measures. So if the committee determines that there has been a violation, the committee is going to have a duty to impose a remedy. And this is also quite different than the old rule, because in this case, the committee has authority to issue a remedy, and the rule doesn't limit what you can do. So there's some examples. You can issue a reprimand, a monetary fine, an other remedy that the committee determines is appropriate. And the committee has the full authority to do that. It does not go to the chamber for approval. However, if the committee wants to recommend that a member be expelled, that, of course, is a recommendation for the full chamber to take up. Or if the committee wants to recommend that the member be removed from their committees, that is a recommendation to the presiding officer to take up. So that is clear in the rule that those recommendations go either to the chamber or the presiding officers, but other remedies that you impose, it ends here. You have that authority. It's not being approved by anyone beyond this committee. And there is no appeal process.
Okay, questions for Jan? Member Springer?
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the fine, because I'm sure this is a question that many would have in their head or come to their mind when they heard the information about a fine. If a fine was levied, where do the proceeds of that fine go? Ms. Chair, Representative Springer, I'm sorry, I don't have an answer to that. Okay. And this is, as you know, all new, so I'm creating a relatively long list of issues that there'll be an opportunity for the Joint Conduct Committee to propose changes to the rule to add some more specificity in places that you think that the rule could benefit from that. And then that would have to be approved by the chambers. Thank you. May I follow up?
Yes.
Madam Chair, thank you. And I think that is an issue that we need to address, and we need to be careful about the precedent. It's just been my experience with a former law enforcement background. Fines go to fines as they're defined, go to the court, the organization, the whatever. And I think we want to carefully navigate that question and come up with a clear answer that everybody knows.
And I would just add to what Jan said, that as we have been working through these processes and rules, Jan has been keeping a list of things that might need further clarification and or refinement, one of which being the 14-day notice period, where now we really only have 7 days because of how that's played out. And is that fair or reasonable for all the parties, the committee, the complainant, the respondent? So, Noble.
A couple questions and statements. What we passed, HCR 20, talks about 14 days. Doesn't specify calendar days or business days. So I'm curious how that's being interpreted. My belief when I voted on it was 14 calendar days. When we're in session, there's no such thing as a business day. It's all business days. And then when does that begin? Because it says when it's handed to us, and it's handed to us either today or it's handed to us when it's handed to the presiding officers, since we are part of them.
Representative Noble, I interpret it too as calendar days. And it starts at the point that the committee receives the report. So the committee members received an email from Jessica Nealing, the HR director, providing you formal notice that you've received this complaint on the same day that she also emailed the parties to the complaint. So I started the counting on that Thursday 2 weeks ago that we received the report. So it came in an email to all of the committee members, and that's when we would start counting.
Okay, it may be something to look in the future, because the rule we passed says that the report goes from the investigator to the presiding officers and others. It may also include HR, but I work under the direction of the presiding officer, not HR. And the other question I have is, you mentioned the rule's been determined, and I'm curious who determined and who determines germaneness with regard to information submitted.
I take that to be that the chair generally has pretty broad discretion in managing the committee.
Okay.
And so it would be the chair.
And then if I could, just a question for probably more research. I don't expect to come up today. I'm concerned that any sanction we may impose may be unconstitutional, since we are part of the Legislative Assembly and the Constitution provides for one sanction, and that's removal from office, nothing in between.
Okay.
So I'm concerned that if we tried to levy a fine, it would be unconstitutional, or do anything else, really.
So an opinion might be in order for that.
Yes. Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair. And because Representative Noble brought this up, I will too, and speak to it to the extent that you think it's appropriate right now. What about germaneness? I know that I sat through one hearing and the conversation was all over the board about people that weren't even named. And those people didn't know they were named and didn't have the ability to come in and say, no, I didn't, or yes, I did, and it wasn't even against them. Give us a feel for what we can expect along those lines today.
Well, I'm going to ask folks that are testifying today to keep their remarks specific to the complaints and the two incidences that were discussed in the complaint. And so that piece of just how the hearing is going to run, I think that's the most fair way to run the hearing. So, given your comments about the previous hearing. So. Other questions? All right. With that, I'm going to open up a public hearing on Complaint 9 filed under the Legislative Branch Personnel Rule 27. And I'm going to call up our investigator, Ms. Healy, who's going to spend a few minutes reviewing the complaint and her investigation and the findings in the final report.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Melissa Healy. I'm an attorney at Stoll Reeves in Portland, and my firm was one of the firms engaged to investigate potential Rule 27 violations. I've been a labor and employment attorney for my entire career in private practice. My work touches on several different angles of investigations. I work both as a workplace investigator. I train managers and human resources professionals on conducting investigations. I advise clients on ongoing investigations that they're conducting, and of course, I often review investigations after the fact in the context of litigation. I'm planning to provide a brief overview of my process in the matter and a brief summary of my findings, and of course, members can jump in with questions at any time. The case that we are here to talk about today, case number 9, initially went to my colleague, Brenda Baumgart, who is also at Stoll Reeves. Because Ms. Baumgart was leaving on sabbatical in July of 2019, she conducted an intake interview with the complainant, Ms. Gudev, and had, I believe, one additional conversation with her before I took over the matter. At the time I took over the matter, Ms. Gudev had not yet filed a formal complaint. When I first spoke with her, which was over the telephone, she indicated that she planned to do so. I received the formal complaint on September 4th of this year, and I received an amended complaint a couple weeks later. After I received the formal complaint, I notified Representative Witt of the complaint. I scheduled a meeting and met with him along with his staff member who was present during the May 9th interaction in question. I then scheduled a meeting, a face-to-face meeting with Ms. Gudev and a witness who had been with her during the May 9th interaction. I spoke to those parties. I also reviewed some documentary evidence. This was not a document-intensive case because the dispute concerned a conversation or an in-person interaction, but there were a few things that I followed up on, both things that were given to me and things that I located. Following my interviews and review of those documents, I issued a draft report, which, as Ms. Nordland said, was under the old rule, so it does contain recommendations. Regarding my conclusions, I will touch on those briefly. My findings were that the evidence did not substantiate a Rule 27 violation. I found, and there really was no dispute, that the May 9th conversation between Representative Witt, Ms. Gudev, and others, it was not calm and peaceful. Representative Witt was, by his own admission, I believe he used the words adamant and forceful, and wanted the group to understand that they had offended him. Even considering those facts and the largely undisputed conduct as described by both parties, I did not find that the incident rose to the level of harassment or discrimination based on protected class. So I'm happy to answer any questions that the committee has. I know there may be some more about my findings of fact in light of the new rule, but I'm happy to answer any questions.
Are there questions for Ms. Healy? Did you want to ask your question?
I have a question, Rep. Springer, and I think this is a good time to ask it. So, as many know, we've been in this transition, and been a part of the conduct committee since it started, and we worked under one set of rules, or a set of rules, and then another. And this is the second convening I have been a part of where there is, you also, I think, where there has been a complaint, and conversation has sometimes been focused on under which version or which set of rules are we hearing this complaint. So we are now under the new Rule 27. So would your findings that you talked about here, and I had your exact words here, but you certainly know what they are. Would your findings be different if the old rule had never existed and when everything was under the new rule? Did I ask that question well enough?
Yes, no, I understand what you are asking, and no, my findings would not be different. So from where I sit, the difference between the new rule and the old rule is the old rule, and I think I mentioned this in a footnote in the report, appears to address workplace harassment regardless of whether it is based on a protected status, whereas the new rule has made some effort to separate harassment and discrimination based on protected status from the general respectful workplace concerns. So my findings would not be different, and that I do conclude in this report, and I would conclude under the new rule, that I did not find there to be discrimination or harassment based on a protected status.
Follow-up, Madam
Yes.
Chair? Thank you. So I'm sure there may be people hearing this that say, would contend that since now we're talking about protected classes, and there was a comment that addressed perhaps a protected class, why wouldn't it be different? If you could speak to that.
Why wouldn't the findings be different?
Yes.
Because as I see my scope of responsibility, or as I saw it under the old rule, I'm not only investigating whether or not there has been workplace harassment for any reason, I'm also looking at whether there was discrimination or harassment based on protected status. So that was something I analyzed and considered and reached a conclusion on, because that's protected, or discrimination or harassment based on a protected status is covered under the old rule, and it's covered under the new rule.
Thank you.
Other questions? Thank you very much. Appreciate your work and your coming here today to testify.
I do have a question.
Okay.
And maybe this is the right witness or testifier or not. We had a conversation regarding workplace harassment and one, employer-employee. Where I came from, also we had, and I think an employer is responsible for protecting their employees from public harassment. In this case, we have protecting the public. In this scenario, does the current rule allow for this committee to be hearing public harassment?
I think that's an excellent question. I'm not sure that I am the appropriate person to answer it. So my role, pursuant to the contract that my firm has with the branch, as well as what I understand to be the spirit and intent of the Bowley settlement, is to, when somebody, whether it's a member of the public or an employee, raises a concern about potential harassment or discrimination, and the branch submits it to me for investigation, I'm going to investigate it, and that will be my focus. But whether and if the committee decides that a complaint, that no remedy should issue because the complaint isn't covered by the rule, I think is outside of my scope to say.
I appreciate that.
Rep. Noble, I will just say that this committee's responsibilities, we only have responsibilities in the case where a legislator is the respondent, and in some cases where a partisan staff or nonpartisan staff is the respondent. So if a member of the public, if there's a complaint filed about a member of the public, we would have no role in that.
I think it's probably worth looking at how it's written, maybe
Okay.
just clarifying that. And if I could just follow
Sure.
up, and maybe Representative Springer was getting on this, without asking for a definitive answer, is it possible under the old rule that you would have come to a different conclusion?
Under the old rule?
Yes.
No, because at the time I issued my draft report, I was operating under the old rule. No.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
So now we have, as per the rule, we've extended the opportunity to testify to both the complainant, Ms. Gudyev, and the respondent, Representative Witt. Representative Witt chose not to attend today, but Ms. Gudyev is here, and so would like to call her to the table to come and testify if she'd prefer to do that. And then we have been asked to have 4 witnesses come and testify as well, and we've said all 4 of those witnesses may come and testify. So that's what's going to happen now. We'll have the opportunity to ask questions if the committee has questions for any of these five individuals when they testify. So Ms. Gudyev, if you could come up and testify. Thank you very much, and welcome to the Capitol. And just remember to say your name for the record when you begin your testimony.
Thank you for having me. If it's okay that I read. Okay. My name is Julia Gudyev, and I've been a resident of Oregon since 1993 and a citizen of the United States since 1998. My family fled the Soviet Union due to religious persecution. The May 6th hearing on HB 3063 on the House floor was the first hearing I had ever attended in our state capitol. I found Rep. Witt's comment referring to Russian trolls as a source of a misinformation being spread on vaccines to be highly offensive to not only me as a mother, but me as someone of Russian origin. He could have used the term internet troll to make his point if he wanted, but he chose to use Russian trolls, which to me felt like discriminatory hate speech against our community and country as a whole. A few days after the House vote, a large group of us Slavic mothers sang a song inside the rotunda and were later that day ostracized on Twitter by a leader from Moms Demand Action due to some of us wearing long dresses and singing a song of religious nature. We were called to the degree of religious zealots in long dresses. Those were the words that I believe were used. I believe Rip Witt's comment highlighting my community and using the term Russian trolls as a source of misinformation a few days prior to this incident might have played a role in this group's hate speech towards us. On the afternoon of May 9th, myself and a group from my Slavic community came to Representative Witt's office to express our feelings on what we said and what he said during his speech and ask for an official apology. I asked his aide if it would be possible to meet with Representative Witt on this topic. We did not demand to see him, as he stated in the report, in an investigative report. She went in his office and came back saying he's currently on the phone but will be able to meet with us in a little bit. She told us to come back in about 10 minutes. One of the witnesses that's here today, Melanie, when I spoke to her yesterday, she told me, which I wasn't aware even myself of this, she stood close enough to the office door to hear him say bull, and I'm not going to say the rest of the profanity word. Someone put them up to this. He was angry about us coming before we even had a chance to speak. When we came back 10 minutes later, Representative Witt was ready to have us come in. He did not welcome us to sit down, but instead was standing holding a sheet of paper in his hand. I thanked him for allowing us to come in and proceeded to tell him that we were offended by his comment on the floor referring to Russian trolls and wanted to ask for an official apology from him. I asked, not demanded, an apology. He said he was offended by me saying this. Those were his first words after I said that. He asked if I was present at the hearing, to which I said yes, and then asked if I would like to read his speech, or if we would like him to read it to all of us. I said to go ahead and read it. As he read his speech, where he quoted CNN article about Russian trolls, his voice progressively grew stronger, his eyes fumed, and he looked around the room, pointed his finger while reading his speech to us. As a mother, as a female, and someone from the Russian community, I felt unwelcome, unsafe, and honestly hated at that period of time. His demeanor made me feel like we were the cause of that which he speaks about, which he quoted about. Even though he was quoting CNN, his verbal and physical gestures made us feel like we were the Russian trolls spreading misinformation. After he finished, he offered no explanation, and I said, we are not here to discuss vaccines, but to simply say that we were offended at his comment in regards to Russian trolls. At this, he raised his voice even louder and repeated himself by saying that he was offended that I'm in his office, saying that I'm offended. My very presence was an offense to him. That's what I felt, that last part. His voice was so angry and loud that it was heard across the hallway. Taken back at the response, I thanked him for letting us come, and we left the room. Immediately after this interaction, I spoke with Representative Jennifer Williamson's aide regarding what just occurred. She was very apologetic as to what happened and assured me that she would pass this info on to the representative. She also mentioned that he has a way of speaking like that. We also visited Representative Tina Kotek's office and Senator Betsy Johnson. I spoke to their aides who said they would pass along the info to the representatives. I'm not sure if anything was done after that in regards to this. I asked Melissa Healy to interview them and others in the hallway who heard the interaction, but the final report showed that she made the decision that it wasn't necessary to include it in the report. Rule 27's definition of workplace harassment encompasses any treatment or behavior that a reasonable person creates an intimidating, hostile, or offensive work environment. Representative Witt's physical and verbal response to us being in his office and asking for an apology created an intimidating, hostile, and offensive environment which left all of us deeply disturbed and uncomfortable. I personally do not feel safe coming back to this environment in fear that I will be treated the same way again. Representative Witt has refused on multiple occasions to apologize for both his comments on the floor and his treatment of us in his office. At the very least, I have asked for an apology for the way that he handled the interaction with us on May 9th in his office. But he sees nothing wrong with his conduct towards us. His comments in the investigative report referring to us as being part of a larger political operation and politically motivated was again highly offensive and solidified the fact that he indeed sees us as those that are here to disturb the society and spread misinformation. For most of those present, in Representative Witt's room from my community, it was their first time coming to the Capitol building, the first time they ever got involved politically, and the first time they stood inside a legislature's office. Coming from a Soviet Union where the government was feared and not welcome into the opinions of its citizens, it took a lot of courage for them to step inside Representative Witt's office that day, only to leave frightened, shocked, and intimidated. I have not pursued this complaint for any kind of political motivation or gain. I pursued it because I will not stand back and let my community be discriminated publicly and mistreated privately by an elected official. In the future, when I encourage members of my community to come to the state capitol building, I would like to assure them that they will feel safe, welcomed, and respected, no matter their origin, their gender, or the reason behind why they are there. I don't want them to think that the way they were treated in Representative Witt's office on May 9th is acceptable behavior by a legislator. I have also learned after this incident that it's not an isolated incident, and similar of the same style of shocking interactions between him and the public has occurred in town hall meetings and phone calls and face-to-face interactions. I'm afraid that if you, the committee members, do not find any fault in Representative's conduct towards us on the House floor and in his office, that the message my community and all others of us here today and will receive is that this kind of behavior is acceptable and allowed by those that we have elected into the office. I would like to ask you to please take this into consideration as you make your decision. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to come and speak on behalf of myself and my community.
Thank you. Representative Springer. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for your testimony. What would you like to see happen?
I would like to see an official apology from Representative Witt, and for him to attend a culturally sensitive training.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much for coming here today.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Now we're gonna call up the 4 witnesses that have been requested, and I'd like to call everyone up individually as opposed to all in a panel. And I think the first witness the order generally is Carissa Bonham, Melanie, and I apologize for pronunciation. We didn't get these in advance. Melanie Gottekes? Sorry, I don't know. Jordan Ort, and then Maria Ignatova. Ms. Bonham.
I have written copies of my testimony. Thank you, Chair Fahey and members of the committee for letting me come and speak today. In addition to my testimony, in that packet is an email that I had sent to Representative Nathanson.
I'm really sorry, I forgot to remind. Can you identify yourself for the record?
Oh, sorry. My name is Carissa Bonham. Because I noticed last night that there was a changeover in who is on the committee and who's chairing the committee, and I didn't know if that documentation made it to you guys, and so I included it in that packet so that you can have it if it makes a difference in your consideration. Like I said, my name is Carissa Bonham. I'm a resident of North Plains. I am not a legislative branch employee, and I feel compelled to point out that nobody has put me up to this, and this is my testimony. It is not politically motivated. I'm not part of any kind of political operation or anything as has perhaps been alleged that people who are testifying today are, and I absolutely am not. My testimony regarding these incidents I believe qualify as harassment by Representative Witt, which occurred while he was conducting business as a legislator. Legislative Branch Personnel Rule 27(1)A states that members of the Legislative Assembly and all legislative and branch employees are expected to conduct themselves in a manner that is free of harassment and to discourage harassment in the workplace and at events, professional meetings, seminars, and any events at which legislative business is conducted. And I have grave concerns about Rep. Witt's conduct, as I have seen him engage in harassment of citizens in the workplace in both the state capitol building as well as in professional meetings such as in community town hall meetings. The first incident that I witnessed was during the House floor session for HB 3063, which occurred on May 6th, in which I was a witness to. Rep. Witt made a disparaging reference to Russian bots as one of the driving forces behind the opposition of HB 3063. And while using the term Russian bots might not initially seem like a harassing statement, there are some key pieces of context that this comment took place in that I believe elevates it to the level of harassment on the basis of national origin. The first is that some of the most vocal and consistent advocates who were coming to the Capitol to oppose HB 3063 on religious grounds were Oregonians of Russian descent. The second is that many Russian Oregonians speak English with a distinctly Russian accent, which makes them easy to distinguish from non-Russian Oregonians when speaking with them. In speaking with these citizens, Rep. Witt would have known that many of the people opposing HB 3063 were of Russian descent. The third is that some Russian Oregonians, such as members of the Old Believers community, dress in a distinct way, which makes it easy to identify them from a distance in public. And fourth is that during this hearing, a large group of distinctively dressed Russian Oregonians from the Old Believers community were present in the gallery to oppose HB 3063. Other members of the Russian Oregonian community were there as well, but don't have a distinct manner of dress. But I point this out because this group was visible to Rep. Witt from the House floor, and he was able to see them while he was making the comment about Russian bots, and he should have known that they were present in the building while making a remark that referenced their specific national origin. If Rep. Witt were concerned about internet algorithm-based robots or bots spreading misinformation online, I feel he simply could have called them bots or internet bots, but instead he specifically used the qualifier Russian added to bots during the floor session about a law which was specifically concerning to Russian Oregonians and where many Russian Oregonians were present. At best, this was extremely poor judgment on the part of Rep. Witt to use a disparaging reference about a large group of people of the same national origin that he knew opposed this bill and that he could see was present in the gallery that day. And at worst, it is harassing speech designed to target and disparage a politically active group of citizens of the same national origin that he was referencing. The second incident, following the House floor session and before the Slavic Day of Action, which happened on May 9th, so during this multi-day window, I had several discussions with members of the Slavic community who were upset and offended by Representative Witt's comments about him saying the words Russian bots. Several people shared with me that they felt he was calling them specifically Russian bots and trying to diminish their humanity and the validity of their opinions by referring to them as such. Several women asked me if I thought that they could ask for an apology from him. And I told them yes, because even if Rep. Witt didn't mean to intentionally disparage and demean members of the Russian community, I am a Democrat and I know that Rep. Witt was a Democrat. And I know that the Democrat Party of Oregon's platform includes statements like, we value our nation's diversity and recognize the cultural contributions of immigrants to society. We as Democrats oppose profiling. We believe immigrants deserve dignity. And I believed that we had these things in common, and so I thought it was reasonable that they could approach him and ask for an apology under the assumption that he didn't mean to disparage them intentionally and just needed to know that what he said had been offensive. I was hopeful that that was the case. I practiced with Julia and with other women from the Russian community who may not have been native English speakers and may not have necessarily understood a tone or vocabulary. So I practiced with them to help them be able to communicate what they wanted to say to Rep. Witt in a way that wouldn't come off as an attack, with the idea that I was trying to help them have the best likelihood of achieving some kind of an understanding and then also hopefully an apology from Rep. Witt. I was not present with the group when they went to Rep. Witt's office, but I spoke on the phone with Julia Gugiev, Jordan Ord, and other witnesses who told me what happened from their individual perspectives following the encounter in Rep. Witt's office. Julia and two others submitted statements to me in writing, which I forwarded to Rep. Nathanson's office, which is in that packet that I handed you, if you would like to read it. They had asked me to submit the testimony to Rep. Nathanson because due to their cultural background coming out of the former Soviet Union, where they were concerned about speaking up against the government, they were planning on just not saying anything at all. And I felt that what happened was egregious enough that it needed to be shared and documented, and so I volunteered and said, if you give me your statement, I will submit it for you so that it can be recorded what had happened. So that is why I got involved in submitting their testimonies via email. After speaking on the phone with multiple people, the verbal and the written accounts, which are in that packet that I gave you, they all match. I believe them to be true. Someone also shared a brief video recording of a portion of the incident, which corroborates their accounts. The summary of this incident is that when they approached Rep. Witt calmly to let him know that they had been hurt by his speech on May 6th, in response, he had them stand there and listen to him read the offensive speech again in their presence. He then shouted at them, pointed his finger, and in an angry voice shouted that he was offended, that they were in his office saying that they were offended, and that this is his response to a sincere, kind, thoughtful group of women is deeply concerning to me, both as a woman and as a Democrat, and it calls into question whether or not he really did use a cultural slur on accident, or if his intent is really to harass this community. in my initial testimony I submitted, I said that regardless of his intent, my understanding was that it didn't matter, but it sounds like perhaps there's been a rule change and maybe intent does matter now. But my personal opinion, I'm not sure what the legality of the rules are, is that regardless of intent, legislators shouldn't be engaging in harassing behavior towards members of the Oregon public. I do think that his behavior toward them was clearly harassment, and I do think that it was motivated by their national origin. I have a third incident that I wanted to share about as well, where I was at Rep. Witt's town hall meeting in the Bethany area on September 8th. At this meeting, what started as a calm discussion about why he had voted yes on HB 3063.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but I'm going to ask you to limit your comments to the two incidents that were in the formal written complaint.
Okay. It is not the specific things. It was, I felt, corroborating evidence of harassing speech that he tends to spew on the public. So that is why that is there. That was my intention there. So, but in summary, based on the incidents, at least the first two that I was allowed to share about, that I've personally witnessed and was aware of via multiple firsthand testimonies, it does seem clear to me that Rep. Witt has a pattern of engaging in harassment in violation of Legislative Branch Personnel Rule 27. The behavior appears to be pervasive across locations, occurring on the House floor and in his Capitol office, as well as in community meetings. I would like to ask that the committee please intervene in this matter. As Julia said, I think that if some kind of action isn't taken, it communicates that this kind of behavior by elected officials is acceptable, and that's deeply concerning to me. I do think that the Slavic community, including Julia specifically, is still owed an apology by Rep. Witt, which I heard her say that is still what she would like. I had suggestions too in here for other things, but I do think the most important thing is what Julia wants to have done. But I had suggested also perhaps anger management classes or unconscious bias training to help him better serve citizens of Oregon without harassment or discriminatory speech.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Bonham? Thank you very much for your testimony. And I'm going to now call up Melanie Gottkast. I apologize.
It's okay.
I'm a strong stickler for pronouncing people's names correctly.
It's Melanie Gottkast.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. I was present on the incident in his office, and I was the one who heard him yell the offensive language before we entered. And I'm just here as a witness.
Okay, thank you. Can you tell us what you heard him say before you entered the office?
Before we went into the office, his aide went and told him we were there, and this was after we had already come back, and he said, "This is bull. Someone put them up to this."
Okay.
And that's when I entered with the group, and I had started recording because I felt like it was a little bit, out of the ordinary, because I have never been to, I didn't even know we could come into the office, like in the state capitol before, so this was my first time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any questions from the committee?
No.
Well, thank you very much for coming and for sharing.
All right, thank you.
Next, we'll have Jordan Ort.
Hello, my name is Jordan Ort. Thank you for letting me come and speak today. I was with the group, with Julia. They wanted someone, like they had mentioned before, that there was many of them that had never been to the Capitol before, and so I was escorting them around. And we went up to Rep. Witt's office, and I waited outside because it wasn't my deal. I just wanted to be there for support. And I was almost 2 offices down from his office when I could hear him screaming at them, raising his voice. It wasn't just being excited. I don't recall exactly what the investigator said, but it was more than that. And when the group came out of the office, several of them were visibly upset and almost in tears, asking if I had heard it. And it was very clear what had happened in the office. And I just want to say that I am an elected official. I'm a city councilor in Staten, and I would never think to treat anyone like that. It would never cross my mind to do that, regardless of whether or not I thought, sorry, I'm not feeling well today, regardless of whether or not I agreed with that person or I was offended, it was completely uncalled for.
Thank you. Were you able to hear any of the specific words or sentences that from the office, from the hall?
It was I'm offended that you're in my office. It was that comment that I heard. Thank you. And it was that yelling.
Any questions from the committee?
Thank you.
And so now I'll call up Maria Ignatova.
Miss Maria Ignatkina, I'm little speak English, so I apologize in advance. I was a part of that group of the second this incident, so it was my first visit to the Oregon State Capitol. The goal of visit was to give our opinions about HB 3036. After the rally, we went to the Representative Witt's office to ask for apologize. I stood near the door and heard him. He spoke very loud, like yelling. And it was sad to hear that, because as I know, in the US, it's not okay when ordinary people leave the White House with an abasement feeling. So, thanks.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Thank you very much for coming today. So with that, unless there are further questions of the investigator or Representative Springer?
Thank you. I do have an additional question if we may call the investigator back up.
I'll just ask that you identify yourself for the record again.
Yes, Melissa Healy.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, in your findings, you have said that the complaint doesn't rise to the level of, I don't have your exact words here. I'm looking for it, I had it. But your finding is that although it may have been rude behavior, it didn't rise to the level of violating Rule 27. So I'm sure there's some folks that say that was terrible behavior and an ethnic group was mentioned, so how does it not rise to that level? Carefully thinking about my question here, can you give us an idea of what elements, obviously that apparently don't exist here, would cause you to believe the behavior did rise to the level of a Rule 27 violation? Was that clear?
I think so. So I suppose first I need to step back and look again at the old rule versus the new Rule 27. So under the old Rule 27, I analyzed this from two different angles. I looked at both, was it discrimination based on a protected status or harassment based on a protected status, or was it just harassment, which under the old rule encompassed any conduct that, I've got to look at my notes here, any treatment or behavior that to a reasonable person creates an intimidating, hostile, or offensive work environment, regardless of whether that's based on protected status. So I looked at that under both, but for purposes of answering your question, I'm going to focus on the new rule, which is it prohibits harassment and discrimination based on a protected status. So what I, as an investigator, am looking for in that respect is some indication that it was here the individual's national origin or gender that motivated him to respond the way he did. employment laws, they're not a civility code, right? There's ample case law that, petty slights or minor annoyances or some variants of those terms are not covered under employment law, and that it's not designed to prevent anyone from experiencing rudeness or hurt feelings in the workplace. So with that in mind, I'm looking for, is there evidence that his conduct was more likely than not motivated by a discriminatory bias based on protected status? And I found that it was not, or there was no evidence to suggest that was the case. With respect to the comments on the House floor on May 6th, what Representative Witt stated was that he's using the term Russian trolls. It wasn't bots, it was trolls. Because that is the term that has been quoted in news articles. And one of the things that he provided me was a compilation of news articles that had used that term in the headlines. I myself have seen that term used. And whether it's, wrong or right, it is widely used. And when he told me that he was not referring to any specific individuals, he's using a term that's been quoted by major news outlets, I found that to be credible, and I didn't have any reason to dispute that. With respect to the conduct in his office on May 9th, there was no reference there to the national origin of the individuals present, nor did I find that that was what made a difference. Now, I think we have to step back and say that when Ms. Gudev and the others came into his office, he, I think it is fair to say, deduced somewhat quickly that they were part of a larger group that he felt had been calling his office or disrupting his town halls or whatever in his perception had been happening. But treating somebody with, irritation or rudely because you believe they're part of a certain political group is not the same thing as treating them differently because of national origin. And I think if you look at the example, if that were the case, then you would say that Ms. Gudev or the other individuals in her group could have came in to talk to him about the weather, and he would have treated them the same way. But I did not find that to be the case at all. I believe it was the topic that they were discussing that made the difference.
Follow-up. Thank you for that. Was this a close call for you in your determination whether anybody agrees or disagrees with your finding of the complaint not being substantiated? Was this a close call?
No.
Other questions from the committee? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I'm going to close the public hearing on complaint number 9, and I'm going to ask if you want to go into recess for a minute. Or I have a question first, if I may, Madam Chair. And I'm looking at you, Jan, and you don't know this question's coming, but it's through hearing the testimony that I'm thinking about this. And frankly, I don't know that this question's going to get answered, but right now, but this question absolutely needs to be answered. If this committee were to say, for whatever reason, yes, Rep. Witt needs to apologize, what authority does this committee have to mandate, require that to occur? Do you understand what I'm saying? And the two things were, and to attend some training. What authority does this have based on the legislative authority that was passed by law, passed by the legislature as law? What authority is there to force that? If a judge says you need to go do something, and we're not judges, that's a different branch. If a judge says you have to go do this and you don't do that, then the judge can order contempt of court and force something, or there be greater punitive reactions to that. What do we have?
Madam Chair, Representative Springer, I think you're asking about enforcement versus mandating, right? So the HCR 20 gives this committee, the legislature gave the committee the authority to impose a remedy. There is nothing in the rule about actually enforcing it. So if you imposed any one of the possibilities that were listed, which was not an exclusive list, of a fine if that person didn't pay the fine or if they didn't attend the training, there is nothing in the rule about the next step if the imposed remedy is ignored. There's no enforcement mechanism stated in the rule.
Thank you for that answer. Follow-up? Madam Chair, thank you. Certainly, I think that's an issue that the Greater Conduct Committee needs to wrestle with, because I frankly feel a little reticent sitting in a chair to say you have to do X without authority to cause X to happen. And I think that that's a significant flaw if we are going to have the ability to impose something.
I think we have the authority to impose it, but we don't have the authority to, if we don't have the enforcement authority if it doesn't happen. So that's the challenge.
If I may,
yes.
We can say go do something, and somebody can say, no, I don't have to. And that undermines credibility of the function of this particular committee.
We will add it to the list.
That's growing.
That is growing. And so now I'd like to ask, would you, before I open the work session, would you like recess or no?
I think that'd be good.
Okay. We'll call into recess for 2 minutes. I'm going to call the House Special Committee on Conduct meeting back to order, and I'm going to open a work session on complaint number 9. And in order to start discussion, I'd like to have a motion. I understand Representative Noble has a motion.
I actually had some comments and discussion about.
Okay, well, why don't we take a motion on the final determination of facts first, if you're willing to.
If I may, Madam Chair, do we, because I'm wrestling with motions here, Jan, is there anything that precludes us from having a discussion without a motion? We do it oftentimes in work sessions.
It happens. We generally like to have a motion so that everybody knows what they're discussing, but I would say I'm comfortable if you want to discuss where you're going without a motion on the table. Chair Fahey, is that
Sure.
is other committees practice that.
Okay, and if I just may briefly follow up, I know you have some comments. The only reason I say that is I'm still in a quandary of how to move forward because of some of the unanswered questions that we have, and so I'm concerned that I'm voting no on something that maybe I would agree with, but the process is different, and that's my concern.
Okay, Representative Noble.
I have a bunch of comments just in the spirit of deliberation and talking about what we've just heard and what we've read. I think at face value, at first, I was kind of along the lines of what was presented to us as far as a resolution and understanding the dynamics of what goes on in the Capitol. But I got to looking at, and partially through a lens of process and judicial process, I couldn't help but think, let me back up. The Slavic community, as far as I know, is a community that traditionally stays pretty much to itself. The Russian Orthodox Church, they live in our communities, but they're not involved a whole lot in the political system. They're not involved a whole lot outside of their own community, similar to when I homeschooled my kids. We had our own groups, and we weren't involved in public schools, that type of a thing. And I couldn't help but think, as we were listening to this, that most any other protected class may have a different outcome. And to be blunt, quite honestly, if it had to do with race or national origin, gender identity, or even sexual orientation, we may have a different view of what was said and how that was applied to different other protected classes, both on the floor and then in the office. Now, I do, however, believe that as a representative of the people, my speech on the floor of the House of Representatives is the highest form of protected speech.